Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo Day 2, Sunday. So for those of you who were with us yesterday, either in person and live or on the live stream, welcome back. And for just joining us today, welcome, bienvenidos. Thank you for being here with us. At SoulSearch, we are here to really support the upliftment of humanity, and we do that by connecting you to amazing spiritual teachers and healers like Norma De La O here, who is with us. And you can connect with her as well as all of our practitioners through our platform, soulsearch.io. You can watch our practitioners on our TV channel, soulsearch.tv, and also come and join us at our Enlightenment Expos. We hold these events once a month throughout the Bay Area so that you can stay connected and continue expanding with us. And I'm really delighted to announce our first speaker of the day, Norma De La O. She is a family and marriage therapist and counselor. So she works with families every day, healing trauma and various issues. And she's also a dedicated spiritual healer. Norma is passionate about assisting individuals in their journey towards holistic well-being. She offers healing and balancing sessions, which offer a transformative experience that focus on cleansing, repairing, and removing negative energies and emotional blocks from your chakras and auras. By addressing deep-seated issues such as childhood trauma, Norma facilitates the release of stagnant energy and facilitates profound healing. She creates safe and nurturing space where you can explore and heal your body, mind, and spirit. So, Norma, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time I'm speaking here, so it's such a pleasure. And I'm going to be talking in Spanish and English a little bit. Gracias por estar aquí, por darse esta oportunidad, por dejarme estar aquí. Más que nada, mi trabajo no sería nada si no fuera por ustedes. My work, being here as a spiritual healer, it wouldn't be possible without you. So I just want to say thank you for being here and giving you the opportunity to be here and be vulnerable. We want to talk today about relationships. We are human beings, and one thing that we have in common is that love that we have for others, that need that we have for connection. Since we are born, we are connected to our mothers, right? And how can we feed up? How can we build those relationships in life, but the good ones, the healthy relationships? Sometimes for things that happen to us, for that trauma that happened, for experiences, we're not able to connect with people. We're not able to find the right people that are going to value us, that are going to see us the way that we are, right? Who we are, our own essence. So today we're going to be talking about our natural essence as a human beings, who you are. Who is that person who was born that day? What is your mission in life, right? And when we connect with others, they either feed it up and say, yes, I support you. Go for it. You are this beautiful human being. Or sometimes, unfortunately, we go on the other extreme and say, no, I don't recognize you. I don't accept you the way you are, right? And it's when we kind of suffer. And it's when I talk about a lot of our inner child and that trauma, the experiences that we suffer, that we had in the past and we haven't been able to heal. So imagine our bodies like a river. And it's like the chakras are those sites where they kind of store energy, store experiences, memories. And what happened when something traumatic happened, it kind of blocks us. Like, let's say something happened in a relationship, right? A breakup. That chakra over here, it gets closed, stuck, and start like grabbing, storing all these negative, painful memories, right? And that's it. The energy that was flowing beautiful, it kind of gets stuck over here and then kind of continues, but not the same way that is supposed to be going, right? So we're going to be talking a lot of those chakras. It's where we store energy, memories, and experiences, and how healing our inner child, that narcissistic relationship that we might have in the past, can help us to connect ourselves fully, feel grounded, but also finding that mission that we have, right? And connecting differently with others. It's not late. Always is on time, right? And you are here because of a reason. You are in the right moment, in the right time, at the right place, right? And estaba comentando de que estamos conectados desde que nacemos. Las relaciones son lo que nos hacen seres humanos y nos llevan a esa misión de vida. ¿A quiénes somos? Y encontramos esas experiencias, esas relaciones que nos pueden llevar a encontrar tu misión de vida o a desviarte. Cuando esa persona que está ahí nos apoya, nos quiere, nos dice, sí, sigue, sigue. O tal vez nos dice, no, tú no eres eso. Y empiezan las cosas y empezamos a desviarnos de quiénes somos. Vamos a estar hablando de las chakras, que es donde se acumulan todas esas experiencias buenas, pero también malas. Y como algún evento nos queda ahí, ¿verdad? Ya no podemos ser quienes somos por esas memorias, por esas experiencias, ¿verdad? So I'm going to ask you to take a deep breath and be aware. We're going to be doing a talk, but also here, okay? And I just want you to be open and say, hey, if I'm here, it's for something. I'm like, hey, I'm open. I'm open to anything. So I'm going to ask you to take a deep breath and look at who's next to you. Because we're going to be, we see we're related. We're beautifully related to each other. That energy that you have next to you, it means something. It can either bring you up or kind of bring you down, right? And give you the hand or kind of not, right? So we're going to be aware that who we are, our body, how our body is expressing, how our body is healing, because the body has the power of healing, right? So we're going to take a deep breath, and I'm going to just ask you, if you feel comfortable, look around who is next to you, and you're going to be closing your eyes as you feel comfortable, right? You feel safe. It's over here, it's lights, normal talking, beautiful people next to you. We are all here for a reason, to heal, because we want to leave behind what was there in the past, and we don't want that. And I want you to close your eyes for a minute. We're going to just be there. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, respiren profundamente, cierra tus ojos, siente la luz, este lugar. Tell your body it is safe to be here. I am okay to be here. Feel your heart, your body, your hands. Siente tu cuerpo, el respiro, el sentido de tu corazón. Siéntelo. How is your body feeling? When is the last time that you had a space for your body? And just be there. If it feels comfortable, if it feels safe, keep your eyes closed. And just be there. It might be hard for you to connect, to be still. Be just there in this moment, your body, having the space to listen to your body. I want you to listen to your heart. And ask, what is my intention to be here? What it brought me today, it was something inside of us about relationship, about the need to be healed, the need to let it go, what is holding us back. Because I want to understand more about relationships. What is my intention that I want to set up today for this moment that we're here? I want to heal the relationships with my parents, my kids, my friends, my spouse, my husband. What is my why? Haz esa intención en tu corazón. ¿Por qué estás aquí hoy? ¿Qué quieres lograr? ¿Qué es lo que tu corazón necesita para sanar? ¿Qué es lo que mi cuerpo está listo para dejar ir? ¿Qué le quiero entregar hoy al universo? What I want to give up to the universe today. What I'm ready to let it go. To say it's enough. I want something better. I deserve a healthy relationship. We just need to open our hearts and say anything that we can be possible. And I'm ready. I'm ready to let it go. Now you're going to take a deep breath. And slowly you're going to come over here. Feel your body, your energy, the person that is next to you. Vamos a regresar lentamente, abriendo nuestros ojos, sintiendo nuestro cuerpo. Estamos aquí en este espacio. We're here safe in this space. And we're going to keep that intention through the whole time. Our body, our mind, our spirit, our heart are going to be connected this moment. And when we talk about it, about like, in this case, narcissistic relationships, right? What comes to mind when you were like reading my post? What came up? If you feel free. And we also want to do that space safe. So I would say, like, can we share anything that you like? And then we don't share it outside. So that people that are here feel more comfortable and open their hearts. And we support each other. Can we do that? So we feel that way, so we can heal faster, we can feel better. We heal in relationship. When we have that person next to us helping us, we heal faster. Okay, whoever would like to share. What came up for you?
I think in a narcissistic relationship, it's also not fake.
Fake.
It was not like actual, even your control, but it just feels like fake. It's not real. People treated anybody else that way, and you're not valued.
Yeah. Fake, not being valued for who you are. Beautiful ladies. What came up for you?
Yo quiero hacer una pregunta, pero ¿qué fue lo que pregunté?
Oh, disculpa. ¿Qué se te vino a la mente cuando escuchaste la palabra relaciones narcisistas?
Oh, yo casi no entiendo mucho.
Oh, te voy a estar traduciendo. ¿Quieres compartir?
Sí, sé lo de relaciones
Sí.
narcisistas. Pues yo he vivido también muchas relaciones en familia y en pareja, pero ahorita últimamente he estado en un proceso que digo yo, al final todos cometemos errores. Y bueno, siento yo que es peor cuando una persona que es narcisista se le dice y lo sigue haciendo, sigue dañando y lo sigue haciendo. Siento que como que todos podemos cambiar, aunque sea una persona narcisista o mala, eso también que puede cambiar y que está dentro de nosotros.
Yeah. She said that it can be in parents, can be in relationships, that she had so many experiences about that narcissistic relationships, right? And it says like, it's you tell them to do something to fix it, but they keep doing it. They keep doing the same thing. And one of those things is a story, a beautiful story. It's about a frog and a scorpion, right? The scorpion was walking by. It was a beautiful lake, and the frog, it's got an environment, the water. So the scorpion came by and say, "Hey, little frog, can you help me? I need to go to the other side of that lake, but I can't. I don't know how to swim. Can you help me?" And the frog is like, I like the scorpion, I like good. But, for beautiful heart. Okay, but if you promise you're not going to do anything to me, any harm. I'm like, yeah. I'm okay. You help me. I want to be there. Okay, I trust you. Okay. So the scorpion jumped into the front, right in the back. Like they were like fragging. Almost towards the end, what happened? The scorpion hurt her. And the frog is like almost dying. It's like, ugh. What happened? You told me, you promised me that you're not going to hurt me, and I helped you. Well, and the scorpion is like, well, it's my natural essence. This is who I am. I cannot just forget about it. Right? So that's one of those things that happen in relationships. We are super, super loving, and that person sometimes change, sometimes they don't want to change. Sometimes it's impossible for them because it's their natural essence. And we help them. That is, two relationships usually always happening, empathetic and narcissistic. Why? Because they feel attracted to that empathetic people. Why? Because they have something that a person doesn't have. And a narcissistic personality is not something that they design or they want to be. There is so many things behind them, right? So that's why we want to always look at that inner child. What experience happened to that person that made them become a narcissistic? It was maybe a lot of emotional neglect for them, a lot of like being criticism, a lot. Or overprotection from their parents, from people around them. Right? So that's what made them feel that way. That, oh, I'm not going to be again that person, that victim, that it was hurt when I was a kid. I'm going to become powerful, and I'm going to step on other people to protect me. Right? So that's the belief system of that person. We need to understand what is coming up from them as well, so we can understand relationships in general. right? Narcisismo viene de una persona que fue maltratada, fue criticada, pasó mucho abuso físico, emocional, verbal, sexual, no sabemos cuánto, pero es una de las cosas que lo hicieron a él hacer así. Otra parte es de que también fue muy protegido por sus padres, lo tenían en un castillo, right? Y eso es lo que lo hace protegerse así. But when it comes to relationships, there is two stages in the relationship of narcissistic. We might ask ourselves, why I fall into that? Why I wasn't aware? Well, there is two stages in a relationship. The first one, honeymoon. They treat you like a princess. They build you a castle, magical castle. It's like kind of like a Disney movies, right? It's like beautiful. It's perfect. He's always there, or she's always there, and it's like, I mean, we feel like a floating, right? Like a princess. But what happened on the other side? Because there is a lot of trauma, so it's just a mask that they are using. When it comes to the other side, they remove the mask, and then now they put the one that is okay. Yeah, I'm afraid that you are gonna mistreat me. I'm afraid that you're gonna reject me. I'm afraid that you're gonna abandon me. I'm afraid. Inside of them, even though they are super powerful, inside there is their fear. So what happened? What do you think would happen if a person continue with that fear of being rejected, being abandoned? How is their reaction? What comes?
No, but the truth is that they're already rejecting you for who you are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rejected.
Pain and suffering.
Yeah.
That's what comes with it.
Yeah.
Trying to appease others that will never be happy.
Yeah. If I reject you, not gonna hurt me when you reject me. When you leave, no, because I'm abandoning you. So it's better if I do that to you than you do it to me. Right? But what else it comes to mind?
I guess they turn it back on you.
Yeah.
Like I had a relationship with a parent, and I would try to explain how what they did to me, how it made me feel.
Yeah.
And of course, well, it's your fault, rather than listening to how I feel.
Mhm.
Like, they're the victim.
Yeah. It's always
Yeah.
And what happened, one of those behaviors that we need to be aware of them is lack of empathy, emotional manipulation. They like to manipulate the experiences, manipulate that person that is there. Sense of entitlement. I'm the perfect one. You always should be grateful that I care about you. You should be thankful. You should say thank you to me, because who's gonna like you? Look at you, right? So those are like the emotional, verbal abuse, manipulation that they choose for us. So they feel strong, and then you're gonna always look at it and say, no, how can I reject him? How can I abandon him? How can I do that to her or to him? So those are type of behaviors, lack of empathy. Even though you are crying and saying all these things, they don't feel nothing. Have you ever had experience? Would you like to share?
I really apologize. Did the wrong do anything?
Yeah. Would you like?
Well, I feel in looking back on this journey moving forward, I feel like I was raised in a narcissistic environment, and became normal. That's the behavior that I accepted because I didn't know any different. And it carried on to other relationships. And then I realized why. Because of my empathetic nature and how I picked up the room and the environment and everything. So I had to protect myself spiritually. And that's why, stopped normalizing that behavior. And like you said, we don't deserve to be treated like that. And once we make a decision of how we deserve to be treated, then that starts the journey away from those toxic personalities and situations and environments, and not just relationships or family.
Yeah.
It's work.
Yeah.
It's community environments. That and so you walk around with emotional shields all the time because
Yes.
your scars and your scabs. The scars healed over, but if you keep picking at it, it'll reopen, and you have to stay away from that. So you have to fill your life with better music, better noises, better, people who will treat you as well, and intention that you treat them as well. Yeah. You don't have a big circle anymore. Have your little circle, and you'll be okay.
Yeah. You mentioned a couple things, beautiful things. One, we normalize it because it's normal sometimes. Unfortunately, we were raised in a household with parents like that. So when it's the only thing that we know, we kind of attract the same partners, the same work environment, the same friends, because it's normal. It's the only thing that we know, right? If we speak English, hey, it's normal, right? It's nothing different. We don't know that it's another language out there, right? Until we're exposed to something different. But growing up in that type of relationship, we normalize it. And what happened? Because it's so normal for us, it's all that we know. When we find a person who is really nice to us, like super empathetic, oh, let me help you, like come over here. What do you imagine is going to happen to us? What is our first reaction? Yeah, we are afraid. We are afraid. What is going on with this person? Why is she treating me like that? So nice. She wants to do something bad to me. Like, or also, it's way too much for us to open our hearts and let it come in. And we kind of run away from that person because it's that. Another one is like, because it's so common. I have some clients that tell me, like, you know what, in the past, I was for like 20 years in a relationship and I was going to look for support or in my family. And they told me, like, you need to leave that person. Like, it's not good for you. Look at yourself. It's not. And guess what I did, Norma? I'm like, what? I left my family and I left the therapist. Because we can, it's something like a strong. That's why healing spiritually, your body, your brain, your heart. That's why I love this word, because I kind of connect everything. Because it's not just in your mind, your inner voice that is always telling you how you're gonna move out of this relationship. You're not good enough. Look at you, look at yourself like that. Because they make us feel with a low self-esteem or esteem or value as a human being. Guess what they do with us? It's kind of shrinking. Yeah. Who we are. That's why in the meditation I asked you, when you were born, what mission do you have? How you were beautiful. What was going on with your essence back then? Another one, it makes us feel guilty. It's a guilt, the inner voice. critical inner voice that they kind of recording us. It's like back in the days, a recorder that we kind of play it out when we want it. Imagine that tape playing over and over in your head. You're not good enough. What else? What other inner voice that we can let it out now? What is it? Some message in the inner voice that comes up for you guys sometimes. That it might be a good example.
Trying to convince yourself you're good enough. You're not the opinion of the person
On that one.
that only thinks of themselves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Feeling like you're always doing something wrong, like you're always making a mistake.
Yes. We lose confidence in ourselves and what we do. It's like sometimes we end up losing our jobs because of the inner voice. We lose that confidence in like who we are. The manipulation comes around and it's like, I was doing that or not. Like, see, yeah, no, what is going on? Well, that relationships are super difficult because it feels like a roller coaster. Sometimes they're really beautiful with like magical castles. And then sometimes like the silent treatment, like not talking, not answering their phone, the message. Or sometimes they will come and feel super angry with you, like super angry and tell everything towards you. And then it like goes down and then, well, you didn't know how to behave in the dinner table. Do you remember that you say that? Do you remember that I told you not to talk like that way? You make me embarrassed, right? And then it comes to you like, oh, I was the one doing that mistake. I'm sorry. You see how silent is that treatment? That's why relationships are so like subtle and nobody knows about it, or it's really hard for us to get out because it's the verbal and the emotional abuse, you don't see it. The physical, well, he hit me or she hit me, like, okay, we see it, right? But what we do when it's emotional and verbal abuse, it's the scars there that are silenced. We don't see it. And we start doubting about ourselves, who we are as human beings. Another thing that we distrust in ourselves, the guilt that comes to us all the time. How can we heal out of that? How can we say enough is enough? Enough. There is like the movie that Jennifer Lopez, right? It was back in the days and say enough. Enough. I think we need to get that word out of the, like in that relationships, enough. When do we start thinking about ourselves? There is 3 things that I would always recommend to just look at the relationship that we are. And it can be not has to be always narcissistic, but unhealthy relationship. Like, is this person loving me? Is this person giving me everything that I need? Do I deserve this type of relationship? Do I? And then if the answer is no, or something is going on here inside of you, we need to work on something, right? We need to speak up. How we do it is that reconnection, like in ourselves, in our bodies. Something is not feeling good. What do I need to heal? My wounds, inner child wounds. Maybe fear of abandonment, fear of rejection, the emotional abuse that I suffered when back in the days. What do I need to heal? Why am I attracting this type of people? Why are they looking at me? What I have that they want it, right? And sometimes we feel nothing, they know. But the value that we have, that's why they are attracted to you. That's why. And sometimes we don't see it. Your unconditional love that you have It is humongous. And guess who is the only person who can see it? They. And sometimes we forget to see ourselves. Another one, the second one, well, the third one is self-discernment. What do I deserve? Asking our questions. What do I deserve? Do I deserve this relationship that is giving me half? That is only giving me 25%? My friend one day is good, another one is not. Okay, do I deserve that? It's going back inside of ourselves. What is my inner voice telling me? What do I deserve? If I ask you, just like that, without connecting with those experiences, leave them on the side. One word. What would you say if I asked you, what do you deserve? Like that, what comes to you, like to your mind like that?
Respect.
Respect.
Not just love, but respect.
Respect.
Self-happiness.
Self-happiness.
Peace.
Peace.
Be appreciated.
Be appreciated. What about you? What do you deserve? Come back. Come back later.
I deserve to be valued and genuinely loved.
I would say appreciation and respect.
Appreciation and respect.
Be seen. Love.
Love. We all are magical human beings, beautiful.
Honor for who we are.
We are
Honor for who we are.
honored. Our natural essence. What is your natural essence? Right? And sometimes we forget it. Sometimes because we are in that roller coaster, it feels good, it feels magical. And then when it goes down, have you ever feel that? Yes, it's just a cycle back and forth. Of that critical voice, of those relationships. What do we have? What do you need from us in this moment? What do you need from us? How can we acknowledge and honor?
And I just tell them, sorry, it's like I want to like just hold you right now. It's one side off. I have to have permission to hold you right now.
One of those questions is always asking ourselves, what do I need in this moment? That we honor our pain, that we honor our suffering, that we feel deserving of the space of healing, right? That we are here connected for some reason, that we are here for a reason to support each other, because what we have in common is unconditional love. That make us, if we unite that conditional love, if we start seeing each other for that love, imagine how beautiful it will be. Right? And I ask you, Take a deep breath. And we're going to do a meditation, right? It's a healing meditation for all of us coming together. And just take a deep breath, close your eyes if you feel comfortable. And I just want you to connect with those people, that relationships in the past, those experiences, those emotions that you still carry, those ones that are there. Leave maybe your person aside, nothing in you. I want you to be just kind of free. We don't have to carry anything anymore that we don't want it. Just leave it on the side for this moment. Take a deep breath. Tell your body that we're going to heal. That if it is ready to let go, if it is ready to give the first step of forgiveness, first step of letting it go. El primer paso para perdonar, el primer paso para dejar ir lo que trae nuestro corazón, si hemos tenido personas, experiencias que nos han herido en nuestro corazón. Hoy vamos a tomar ese momento para dejar ir, soltar, que ya no queremos eso en nosotros. Y cerramos nuestros ojos. Llévense su mano en su corazón. Put your hands on your heart. We're going to acknowledge that pain, that suffering, whatever it was in our physical body, in our heart, in our brain, in our spirit. And we're going to visualize that person, that people who hurt you. And those people are in front of you. Whoever it comes to mind, 1, 2, they are in front of you. And talk to them. Vas a visualizar a la persona enfrente de ti y le vas a hablar. Le vas a dejar ir, le vas a decir todo lo que te ha lastimado. Habla con ellas. That person is there in front of you. This is your time, your space for you. Speaking, giving voice. And when you are ready, I'm going to say thank you for the experiences, but I don't need you anymore. Today, I decide to forgive you. Not because you deserve it, not because it didn't hurt, but because I want to heal. I want to set myself free. It can be a parent, it can be your husband, your wife. Acknowledge it. And when you are ready, you're gonna bring your hands together to the front and pretend that you are carrying them. You are holding those people, that person, whoever hurt you, those emotions, hold them. And when you are ready, you're gonna give it to the universe. You're gonna say, thank you, but I don't need you anymore. I release all the emotions, everything, the hurt, pain, the inner voice, and you're gonna just dump it backwards. Give it to the universe. And you can do it 3 times until you feel liberated. Do it with your emotions, with that person. And just take the decision today. Take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. Let it out. Let it out. Take a deep breath. You're going to say your full name. You're going to say, I call upon my natural essence. You're going to raise your hands and grab it. My natural essence, who I am, who I was born. That person, I want to reclaim him. Just say your full name. Say, I call upon my natural essence. Raise your hands and grab it. Who are you? My natural essence. And grab it and bring it close to your heart. Who are you? Your natural essence. With your natural gifts. Vamos a alzar nuestras manos llamando a nuestra esencia natural, con la que fuimos nacidos, con la que nacimos. La vas a agarrar, te la vas a llevar a tu corazón, porque ese eres tú, con tus dones, con tu personalidad, con tu corazón. That's who you are. And slowly take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Just move yourself a little bit to give a space to your physical body. What was it like for you? It was difficult. You might need more time. It was releasing. It was healing there. Everything is possible. You want to share?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I'm not comfortable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you to that person that, like I did learn, and yeah, I don't need you. But I didn't.
No, not anymore.
Again.
What you want to share?
For me, most of them are gone.
Hmm?
Most of them are gone first.
Good.
I feel like I've been letting them go over time, little by little, and I look forward to where they're longer present, that there's just, you know, that I just don't think about it.
I like what she said, it's little by little, like some people think you can be immediate from right away. Little steps that you take.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of each day that I let them go. And
Yeah.
then they say time, at the time, and they say time heals everything, it didn't feel like that.
Yeah.
It feel like it goes on forever, but you get to a point where the energy is there, energy
It's getting
it's
out.
liberating of the
Yeah.
freedom that we get. And we realize how much we needed that. So little steps, and even if we keep going back and it's yoga.
Yeah.
And we're proud of those moments where you actually are making that.
Nice, thank you.
It's definitely a process.
Yeah.
And
It is.
the person still co-parenting.
Yeah.
We're raising young people together.
Mhm.
Just hope that, you know, the kids are learning how to
Yes. Would you like to share any?
I think the unraveling part is the step by step. The initial was like getting like a ton of breaths to know, say what narcissism is,
Mhm.
and says the fact that it's
Yeah.
and its origination. Once I understood that, then it became more scientific. Okay, here's what it is, here's what it is.
Yeah.
And then going from there to, okay, what can we do? And because these are, so how can you, how can you stay secure with yourself and interact with these people? She said, co-parent, things like that.
Yeah.
You can't just get away. I mean, well,
Nope.
once it's there, once it's real, once it's acknowledged, you understand, okay, this is something to deal with, and here's how I do it.
Yeah.
Once you know the rules that they play by, they can't change. It's a disorder.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something they do, it's who they are. And with that, then you can
You will
say
find.
to yourself, say, just kind of deal with it.
Yes, it's true. And everybody, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Because, I mean, isn't it like a mental illness? Just
Yeah.
like, you know, depression
And
and
they,
bipolar.
Yeah. And we say, why is that protection? It's a mask that they are wearing too, right? Because inside of them are fearful. So it's understanding also. And it's a process. Today we only had like 15 minutes, right? That it was just in time to getting to know the information. But how we heal completely, that safety piece. If we don't feel safe, if we don't feel comfortable, it's totally the same. Comfortable is normal. Because for you, you will need that space where you hear, where you talk about it, where you kind of break that circle. And it's totally fine. But it is really, really important that she knows her body. And it's like, hey, I need more safety. That is beautiful. Why? Because one of the side effects is the safety piece. We always live in the roller coaster with them. Imagine. How is it 24/7 in that roller coaster? No breaks at all. Our brains are always working. The inner voice is like imagine always sleeping with a sheet next to you. How we're gonna be? We're always gonna be overly protected. We're always gonna be taking care of ourselves. Right? So that is what it feels to live with a person, right? Which it will be a long process. And today is just that step that we give. We want to acknowledge that piece in ourselves, right? That it was the first one of so many that today is going to make a huge difference because of that. You take the step to do it, say, I'm going to break it. That's it. It takes a lot of courage to acknowledge, to reclaim who we are, our natural essence. If we do it every single day, believe me, the end of like the month, you will feel connected with who you are and say, nope, this is who I am. And I'm over here, talking in the front because this is who I am. You're going to discover the mission because it becomes one. And that's what we want. And in work as spiritual healers. Thank you for holding this space for us, right? And I thank you for this space, for giving me the opportunity. And it's just a process, right? So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Her booth right outside the doors. If you'd like to connect with her further, she'll be right outside. Thank you, guys. Thank you. morning and welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to this Sunday with us. We're on day 2. We've had an amazing weekend so far. So whether this is your second day with us live and in person or on the live stream, or you're just joining us today, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your energies with all of us to co-create this amazing event and experience together at SoulSearch. We are here to support the evolution of humanity, and we come together and connect with amazing spiritual guides and teachers like Reverend Connie here, so that we can support one another in the upliftment of ourselves and the upliftment of humanity. So thank you for joining us. You can stay connected with us through our platform, soulsearch.io. You can watch shows from our practitioners on our channel, soulsearch.tv. And of course, continue joining us here live. We host these expos once a month throughout the Bay Area. So keep coming back. And I'm excited to announce our next speaker, Reverend Connie Habash. She is committed to spiritual growth, authenticity, and learning to live the qualities of love, truth, service, and peace. Reverend Connie is an interfaith minister. She is a yoga practitioner and also an eco-therapist and an interfaith minister. And she is committed to supporting everyone on their spiritual journey. And she does that through leading retreats, hosting courses, and she is based here in the South Bay in Menlo Park. And so you can work with her both in person and online virtually in your process as well. And she's going to be talking to us today about aging, the greatest spiritual journey yet. So welcome and thank you, Reverend.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to see familiar faces and some new faces. It's a little bit bright here in the middle. I'm going to just move back and forth so that you don't see me. Thanks for coming here. We're all on this journey, right? We're on this journey of aging. Since the day we were born, if you think about it. Right? You are aging the moment you're born. Now, in the beginning, of course, aging is fun and it's exciting, right? I'm growing up. You're becoming a teenager. You're becoming an adult. You're maturing. You're starting your life. And then at what point does it start to shift a little bit? Like, well, wait a minute. I didn't think that I actually got old like my parents did, right? I mean, how many of us have maybe unconsciously sort of thought that, even though we know intellectually it's not true? You don't really believe it because we don't feel that different inside, right? Not that different. I mean, of course, we have matured over the years, right? We may have changed our perspectives. We've learned a lot of things. We've developed, of course, wisdom, right? Wisdom is like the big thing you hear about in the aging process. We've explored and done a lot of things with our life. But that same essential me, you that's in there, feels the same. And so that's when it starts to become a shock at a certain age when we're looking in the mirror like, what happened? That's not the me I remember. It's changing. It's because, and you all here are at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, right? That we are not our bodies, really. We're inhabiting our bodies. We're in our bodies on a spiritual journey through this lifetime, but we're really divine beings. We're really spiritual beings that have stepped into the vehicle of this body, right? It's like you go into your car to go somewhere, but you're not your car. I mean, I know we like to buy cars that reflect who we are, right? But we're not our cars, and we're not our clothes, but we do enjoy putting on clothes. We take them off. We know that this isn't who we are. It's a reflection of what we want to share with the world and we want to experience. Welcome. Come on in. But before we get rolling too much on this sacred journey, because it is a sacred journey to be aging, if we're fortunate, right? I mean, if we're lucky, we live a long life. We would like to live a long, healthy, ideally life, right? If we're fortunate, we get to journey deep into this territory. And this territory has sacred purpose. So before we get into that, I want to know who's here. I want to get a sense of who is here. So if you are at least 30 years old, raise your hand. Okay, good. I was expecting that everybody in the room probably would raise their hand. All right, keep your hands up if you are at least 40 years old. Okay, so kudos to those of you in your 30s who come here already. You're getting ahead on this, right? All right, keep your hands up if you are over the age of 50. All right, great. Keep your hands up if you're over the age of 60. All right, so some people, I go down to, I'm 59. All right, great. If you're over the age of 70, yay. Anyone here over the age of 80? Okay, well, let's give this 70 and up. Let's give you guys a big celebrate. This is what we need to be doing, actually, is celebrating our elders, right? Celebrating ourselves and each other as we get older, because we only have more to contribute to the world. And we may think, that's not true because I don't feel the same. I don't have as much energy. I can't get around, blah, 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 right? But we actually have more to contribute to the world as we get older. And, 100, 200 years ago, our culture knew that, right? We had deep respect for our elders. We turned to them when we needed advice, when we needed guidance, because they have been on the journey longer than us, and they've seen some of history, right, both in their own life and in the world. And so that's part of what I see as my intention and my purpose here, is to help us reclaim the power of this time in our life, to reclaim that the respect for ourselves and for each other and for our elders in our culture. We have a very, as you know, we have a very youth-centric culture, which is lovely. Like, it's great that, the young people, they're having their time in it and they're going out and they're doing things in the world, and we want that. But we also need to reclaim our power and our aliveness and what we have to contribute as elders, and as we embark and continue and deepen on that path of elders. So what is the purpose of aging? Do we really have to do this? Do we really have to do this? Does anyone remember signing up for this when you came into this life, right? But there are a few different purposes for aging. There is a biological purpose for aging. Okay, so at this time of year, we're actually seeing that. Autumn is the season of aging. We're seeing it happen with the deciduous trees. The leaves are changing. They're turning colors, right? And they eventually become dry and brown and crispy, and then they decompose back into the earth. This is an important part of the cycle of life. We know that the cycle of life depends on, yes, I am going to talk about death here today, because that's part of this journey, part of this process. And as spiritual beings, we know that. We know that that's where we came from. We came from the divine. We came from that infinite source, that infinite presence. And that's where we're going to return to. And we are that. That's our true self. So we see it in nature that everything actually does need to age and pass on and die and decompose into the earth, because new life is dependent on that, right? There's nothing that will grow without the previous plants and animals and beings, human beings, giving back into the earth and re-nourishing the soil so that things can grow again. It's part of the cycle of life. So there is that ecological process that's important. And I think, just think about it. If we didn't ever age, let's just say that we didn't ever die, first of all. If nothing ever died, what would happen on the planet? Anybody? Overcrowding, right? Overpopulation very quickly. Anything else? I mean, we'd run out of resources pretty quick too. But if you think about it, like, how many of you have ever dealt with invasive plants, like ivy in the yards? Okay, all right. Have you ever noticed that invasive plants, they take over? If there's a swath of land that's open, they take over. Very much as an ecotherapist and a psychotherapist, I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist. But as an ecotherapist, I'm very aware of what are the native plants, what are the invasives. And when the invasives come in and there's an area that's open, they will take it over. So it's kind of like, you know, all the plants will take over all the space, all the trees will never stop growing, all of the people will never stop multiplying, all the animals will never stop multiplying, and pretty soon what happens is then there's die off out of necessity. There's nothing left to eat, right? So we would end up dying anyway because we wouldn't have anything left to eat or anything to build our homes with, or everything would get used up. All the space would be used up for sure. What would happen if we didn't age? We just were young and perky and strong, and then one day we just dropped dead. How do you think that would be? Think about it. It would be probably a shock, right, when it happens. And I mean, we all do know that we don't know when our time is, right? We don't know how long we have. But the aging process prepares us. Otherwise, it's probably a shock. And you think about it, I mean, I would think about it, if we were all young and perky and then we just suddenly died, we didn't know when we were going to die. I would probably be more anxious through life. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? But the aging process gives us time, hopefully, if we're fortunate, right? It gives us time to adjust and get ready and prepare and understand this is coming. We are being asked to let go of our identification with this physical body. And that's our divine purpose here in the aging process, is shift our identification from this, which is temporary, right? This is going to sag, which it is, right? You know, like wrinkles are going to come, hair is going to change to gray. Even if we die, we know it's happening, right? These changes are going to happen, and we can still live a healthy life, hopefully, as much as possible, right? We can still be strong and all of that, but it is going to be different. So aging is getting us ready for the most powerful journey of all, which is returning to the divine and becoming one with the divine, a spiritual awakening here while we are still in this form. That's the opportunity we have in the aging process, is to be able to awaken spiritually, to know that that's my true divine nature while we're still in the body, and let go of all of our attachment to this while we're still here. Doesn't mean you don't take care of this. You take care of your clothes, you take care of your car, but you're not them. You take care of this sacred body and you give thanks for it. But this is not who we really are. So that's the spiritual purpose and what we're called to on this journey of aging. So as we age, we have opportunities. Hi, welcome. Anywhere you'd like. There's lots more room over on this side if you don't mind coming through. We're given opportunities. We're given challenges. We're given challenges as we age, right? And those challenges awaken something in us. They awaken divine spiritual qualities that, sure, we could awaken to them otherwise, but you know, okay, so I know that probably everyone in here is interested in spirituality. I would assume you would not come to a place like this if you weren't. But let's think about the wider population. Okay, how many people out of the wider population are interested in, I'm not just talking religious, I mean, religious can be a part of it, but not necessarily. How many people are really interested in knowing their divine self? Not many, right? A very small amount. A very small amount. And most of us don't get interested in spiritual life, in discovering who we really are as a divine being until difficulties arise, right? It's often, I mean, for how many of you, it was a challenge, a difficulty, an illness, an accident, an injury, a loss of a loved one, a loss of a job, a loss of a relationship, something painful and challenging that made you turn to something greater, spiritual. I mean, no, only a couple people, that's unusual, right? I mean, some of us had interests, of course, since we were young, like me. But by and large, most people don't really get to that until something happens that has them question, oh, you know, maybe I'm like, my body isn't always going to be great and healthy and strong, or my life isn't always going to be predictable. I'm not going to be able to manifest everything I want all the time. Something might happen, a challenge might come up, right? And we know that as we get older, people in our life are going to die. We know that that happens. We know, our parents, many of you, how many of you, your parents are no longer here with you, right? Mine are both gone. We know that we're going to face some sort of losses. And that's going to, as painful as it is, it's going to awaken something in us. Why are we here? What really matters? What is the purpose of this journey? And so we shift from, as we get older, as we get like 65 plus especially, we start shifting from the doing to the being. We start shifting to, who am I? What do I have within me? We start turning from looking outward here all the time and going outward to everything and getting stuff done in the world. And you can still get plenty. In fact, in your 60s and 70s are supposed to be actually the most productive time in our lives. We have more to give back and offer the world at that age. But we shift somewhat from, I am a doing, I'm a human doing, I'm getting things done, I'm achieving, I'm having success, to who am I really inside? And what do I have within me that matters? Because that's the only thing that you take with you through the whole journey of life and afterlife, is what's within you. And if you think about it, we all kind of relate to that same me inside, that when I was a kid or when I was a young person, as an older person, there's a hidden spiritual truth there, right? Is that we're not talking about the me that is your thoughts or your emotions or your physical body. We've talked a lot about the physical body already. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But you're also not the thoughts. That's the trickiest part to get beyond. And if you've ever studied any of the Eastern traditions like Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, but there is some in mystical Christianity and Judaism, even in Islam, the spiritual truth that we're not any of those things. We are the consciousness. We are the infinite presence. We are the divine self that witnesses all of that witnesses our own thought process, that witnesses our emotions, that witnesses the sensations in our body, physical experiences that we have. That's what we're actually referring to when we're talking about, but I'm the same me. You're actually not the same me as when you were 5. That part of you is still with you. You still have that inner 5-year-old with you. I work with parts in my therapy practice of that. You have that inner 5-year-old within you, but that's not really the me we're talking about. That's beyond all of those categories, labels, all of those limited ideas. We're actually that infinite presence of consciousness that witnesses everything, that's looking out through the eyes, but not the eyes, that is thinking with the mind, but not the mind, that is feeling with the heart, but not limited to the heart. And we come into this life to experience physical form and what we can learn and how we can grow through this experience that expands and deepens our infinite presence, our understanding of all that is from that divine self within. So let's talk a little bit about going beyond our thoughts, our emotions, our physical sensations, our labels of who we are. One of the other purposes of aging is finding your authentic self. Because you have this opportunity now, especially as we get older, maybe we retire at some point. Welcome. And there's some more seats over here if you'd like to join us. As we get older and as we maybe have the fortune at some point in time to be able to retire and get old enough to do that, we really have an opportunity, but we don't have to wait till we get that to sort out No, happy to have you. To sort out, who am I really? What is my divine self? What is my true self? How do I really want to be in this world? I may have worked really hard to be have a particular occupation, right? Or I was a parent or an aunt or an uncle or whatever identifications, man, woman, they, them, all of that. But who am I really beyond all of those definitions? That's the opportunity we have as we get older. It's like, I don't need to fit anyone else's expectations anymore. I don't need to live up to particular ideas of who I should be. I can be who I really am. Who is that? Who is that? What is that? That's part of our journey here, is discovering that too. And when we're living from our divine self, from our true nature, then we can really step out and be more authentic and have more authentic connection with other people in our life, more authentic connection with ourselves. And I would also say authentic connection with the planet, with all that is around us. These are all infinite expressions of the divine: the plants, the trees, the animals, the flowing waters, the blowing wind, the earth beneath our feet. So what I'd like for you to do now is we're going to talk about what are those challenges I mentioned, right? I'd like you to share with a neighbor, find a neighbor to share with. Maybe it'll be two, depending on how many people are around you. What are some of the challenges that you're experiencing through the aging process? Some of you are younger, so you're having some of those earlier challenges, and some of you are older. But let's share, what are some things that you're noticing about that? So I'm going to give you a few minutes, a couple minutes each, and then I'll let you know when to switch. Okay, so pair up with somebody and have a little conversation about what are some of the challenges. So, we allow time for the other person or people to share. We're having a conversation right now. For those of you watching my journey, I look at about challenges of kindness. Yeah. All right, take another 30 seconds or so to finish up. back together. So, would anyone like to share one of the challenges that came up between the two of you that you noticed about the aging process? Yes.
Well, we were just talking about the incongruency in our family members. The ones that have not taken care of themselves, eating a bunch of junk, blah, 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 are still alive. And the ones that actually
That doesn't fair, does it?
what can you do?
Right, so there's that, noticing that incongruency, right? We're working so hard to take care of our body, and our body may not be cooperating all the time. And so each of these challenges has a spiritual gift or a divine quality that we can cultivate out of it. So part of what that brings up for me is acceptance. Acceptance that everyone's journey is going to be different, and we don't have control over that. And it may not seem fair, but that is how it is. And acceptance doesn't mean that we succumb. Okay, I want us to be clear about accepting doesn't mean we succumb. Accepting means we see what it is. And then once we accept, then we can do something for ourselves, all right? Just keep taking good care of ourselves. Or we can let go of attachment to outcomes. So another thing that brings up is the practice of non-attachment. Like we might be attached to, it's got to be fair. How many of you, it's got to be fair? I want it to be fair, right? I want it to be fair, but it may not be. And so when we let go of our attachment to outcome, then we can open up to what's, all right, I don't have any control over anyone else. What is available for me here right now? What's another challenge that came up in your conversation?
We were talking about menopause.
So,
And like, what we're supposed to buy that
yeah, right.
well, our hormones.
I mean, our hormones, yeah, right. We're experiencing in our bodies, and then the outer appearance of our bodies too, right? Like, you know, going through menopause, it might be, of course, we're getting gray hair, wrinkles, we might get a mustache, we might lose hair, we get all kinds of things, all of our internal changes, right? Hard to sleep, all of that. And so that's having us, again, look at, that brings up the topic of pain, suffering. How many that came up in your conversation? Suffering, pain, illness, joint aching, right? Those are opportunities for us, first of all, to cultivate compassion. We cannot have compassion for others unless we've suffered ourselves. Right? What if you never suffered in your life? You'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, sorry for you, but like, right? but you know, but when you've suffered, when you've been in pain, you get it, right? When you have challenges, and so menopause can bring upon some suffering, and so we have that with the opportunity here, the opportunity to cultivate compassion for those who are not doing as well as me, or who suffer even more. What else? Yes.
So to go with menopause, for me, it's perimenopause. I didn't know about that gateway. I always knew of menopause, but I didn't know there was this in between.
It can be even harder.
Right. So part of that for me is there's some regret there because I didn't have children, and I just kept thinking, oh, I can still decide. And one day it's like, oh wait, I don't think that's an option any longer. So just coming to terms with that reality, in addition to all of the physical changes, like the overnight weight gain and all that sort of stuff. Just waking up and like, who is this person?
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody told me about that. I just thought menopause came and then that was that.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of us were unprepared, right? Our parents or other people in our lives didn't prepare us for this aging process, or maybe they died before they could help us out, right? So we come in with the unexpected and not knowing, like, so what you're talking about is, we use the word regret. Did that come up for anyone else? Like wishing we had done things differently for some of us, right? We might have regrets as we get older. Did anyone else talk about sadness? They get older. And so that acceptance piece comes in, but also coming into the present moment. All right, I made these choices, or this has happened. What is possible for me right now here? As we get older, we need to learn to live in the present more. And when we're young, we're future, right? And then as we get older, we start going past. I remember when or whatever. And our spiritual opportunity is to be more in this present moment right now. It's more, who am I right now? What is available to me right now? What choices do I have going forward? Even though, those choices now are no longer available to me. But also when I want to bring up the topic of sadness, possible depression, some people, maybe you guys aren't here, but you might know some people who are getting older who are going through that. It's a very real experience for many people. They've been abandoned, they've been left alone, they've been put in a home and forgotten about. And so then our opportunity there is a couple things. One is that the two things that research has shown that significantly improve depression, right? Increase happiness, our gratitude, that is appreciating what we have here right now, what is available to us, what we have here in our life, and selfless service to others. And so this is another gift that we have as we get older, is being able to give back in some way, to be of service to others. So if we still are a strong and healthy body, we can do that in a number of ways, right? Work at a soup kitchen or whatever, but we can give back in a variety of ways. We can be that listening ear for our children and our grandchildren or our neighbors or friends to come to and support them. We can be writing our experience and pass it down to other people. Nowadays, you can share it on media, right? You can actually reach a lot of people if you wanted to. There are many ways that we can be giving back, and being of service to others automatically makes us feel better inside. How many of you have experienced that, right? Yes. And then there's humility. The aging process definitely awakens humility in us, because even if we are working out, because you can up into your 80s and 90s, there are people who do. Even if you're working out, even if you are eating super healthy and you're staying as healthy as you can, your body isn't going to quite be the same as a 25-year-old. It's just a reality, right? So we face humility, and I don't mean humiliation. I mean that we step out of the ego cycle. I'm better than or I'm worse than. I'm better than or I'm worse than. And by the way, I'm worse than is actually also a play of ego. It's also sort of a bit of pride, like, right? So letting go of both ends of that. Humility is coming into equality. Is coming into I am, and it comes from the word hummus, by the way. Humus, not hummus, the dip. Humus, which I believe is a Latin root, but it means earth. It means the earth. So when you think about the earth, I mean, everyone walks on the earth. All beings walk on the earth. If we are at the level of the earth, then we are equal with everything. We are the same. We are walking the same path that our ancestors before us, people that are older than us, younger than us,
But thank you for
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo Day 2. Thank you so much for joining us here live and in person and on the live stream. We here at SoulSearch are committed to supporting the evolution of humanity, and we do that by bringing our soul family together and working with you to connect you to amazing teachers like Suzanne Ross here. And together, when we gather, we're able to learn, grow, and really evolve in who we are and connect to our own peace, purpose, and power. So thank you for taking this time for yourself to join us today. And stay tuned and stay connected. At SoulSearch, you can connect with our practitioners on our platform, soulsearch.io, and also watch our conscious content on SoulSearch TV. And of course, we have these expos every month in the Bay Area. So excited to keep seeing you guys every month. And Suzanne Ross is here with us from Sedona and San Diego. Yes, true. She has over 25 years of experience coaching thousands of people to enhance their mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. As a spiritual counselor and channel, Suzanne has the ability to tune into higher intelligence, remotely access your Akashic records, ignite your energy centers, and activate dormant DNA strands. And so she has dedicated her life to enhancing the lives of others. After a divine intervention on a mountaintop over 25 years ago, she dove into the field of wellness and has taken a more spiritual approach to her offerings. And she has had many miraculous, spiritual, and paranormal events, which have then led her to be able to channel, do automatic writing, perform psychic readings, tune into interdimensional planes, and download advanced knowledge and wisdom. So she's really an amazing teacher and guide. We're really blessed to have her here. Tune in. This is going to be a fun presentation on really, transcendence. And, thank you, Suzanne, for being here with us today.
Thank you. I just want to say Tangela opens my conference. She's been doing it for a few years now, and she comes out on this giant stage, her cute little self, right? And then she just blows everyone's mind with the most divinely guided meditation. I have goosebumps just saying that. Yeah, she really brings the house down with that, gets everybody in that sacred space to kick off the event. So thank you, sweetie.
Oh, thank you, Suzanne, for doing that.
All right. Well, what an introduction. I'm not sure what you're looking at online there, but wow. Really? I know that. So yes, I did have a divine awakening on a mountaintop in the desert way back in 1995. I was working in the corporate world and living back east, feeling very misaligned, totally not in alignment with my true calling or my higher self, and went to visit my parents in the desert of Southern California. There in the desert, I started to experience fun in the sun and love and laughter and connection with my loved ones. One morning, I felt called to go to the top of this mountain behind their house. I woke up feeling compelled to run to this mountain, and the sun was coming up behind the mountains. I ran straight to the top of the mountain, threw my arms up to the sky, and said, I am miserable in the extreme, and I see no way out. In that moment, I was surrounded by this bright white light, and I heard a voice come out of the light, and it simply said, can't you see you've come home? You'll stay here and heal yourself and many others. And in that moment, I knew that was the absolute truth for me. A total sense of calm washed over me, and all of the anxiety that I had been experiencing just melted away. I ran down that mountain, and for the next 2 weeks, I really felt like I was being guided by a spiritual energy that was compelling me to do this and then do that. Sometimes I felt like I was out of my body, witnessing myself, going through the motions. I felt compelled to go to the nearest 5-star resort and apply for a job in wellness. When I got to the front desk, the human resource manager said, well, you must have seen our ad. Sure. And then the human resource manager came out, brought me into a room. She said, when can you start? We need a wellness director. And I said, well, in 2 weeks. And she said, well, you live here? Yeah. When I went out to the parking lot, I thought, oh my God, what have I done? Like, they hired me on the spot with really no experience. It was so divinely synchronized. You know, when you step into that divine synchronicity, everything just falls into place magically, miraculously. Then I had to tell my parents, guess what? I'm moving into your vacation home. I'm leaving my life on the East Coast, quitting my job, My mother said, "You've lost your mind." I said, "You know what? I think I finally found it." I started my new life in the desert as a healer, and I never looked back. Been on the path of wellness ever since. In fact, I opened a wellness center there, and it just kept growing and expanding. Then I met a gal who taught yoga, and that really set me off on a spiritual path. I mean, the divine intervention on the mountaintop set me off on a spiritual path, but then starting to offer yoga at my wellness center and really dropping into those practices of doing not just the yoga, but what yoga really means, which is yogi, and it means a connection to God. And so in those yoga classes, this gal really started to offer like Buddhist inspired meditations. Then in 2008, I got on a Buddhist path and really dove in deep to the Buddha, mantras, tantras, right? The meditations that take you really deep and then expand you out into consciousness, into the source of all that is. And in Buddhism, it's all about the infinite light, the beginningless and endless source of that light, right? And so in these meditations, I really started to have experiences of astral traveling, of really expanding into the cosmos and understanding that we are a part of all that is, an integral part of all that is. In fact, we are all that is. It really started to become crystal clear to me that God is all that is, and God is love, so all is love, and that God is experiencing through me as me, that we are that, we are the divine. Every essence of our being is sourced from the divine, right? When I started to realize that I am divine and so is everybody else, I really felt that profound sense of oneness, in love with all that is. Seeing past the ego that anybody is expressing and tuning in to the pure essence of their being. And then when you're looking into the eyes of another, know that you're looking at God. When you look in the mirror, know you're looking at God, right? And then seeing the divine within all that is, everything, every molecule, right? Every plant, every animal, every flower, water is living consciousness. Everything that breathes and is living consciousness, right? I started to go on these nature walks. And on my nature walks, I called them walking meditations. And I would find myself being so present in the moment, so highly attuned and aware of all the living things and beings around me, and just that everything is in this vibrating field of quantum consciousness. I would shift into another experience of the reality where suddenly everything would be sparkling with fluorescent light. I would see beyond the density of form and see that everything is just energy, scintillating and vibrating, right? Then I would connect into the living things and beings around me. I used to telepathically communicate with these big egrets I called angel birds on my walks. And at first they would fly away when I would, try to connect with them. But after a time going on these walks every day, we started to develop a connection. I would telepathically communicate to them how beautiful they were, how I loved them. And they started to respond, and we would stare at each other, and they'd let me get closer. And then they would appear, like along my walk, the same egret would appear again and again. One day I was running down the path, and the egret was even with me as the egret flew over the river stream, and I ran down the path. And I just knew in that moment I had made this really profound connection with this other living being, right? And we were in the divine flow, right? That energetic connection. So yes, like Tangela said, I've had some pretty magical experiences, and I've sought them out too, right? I've made an intention to engage in practices, in meditations that allow me to reach that transcendent state of being that is then sustainable. So my most recent focus is transcendence as a way of living and being. We all know that we can reach that state of feeling transcendent and stillness, and maybe go on astral journeys and maybe have epiphanies and revelations during meditation. But then we come out of meditation, right? And we have to engage in the 3D world. We may have to go to the post office or, go to the grocery store and sit in traffic. And it's such a stark contrast to what we were experiencing in meditation. Now suddenly we're thrown out into the real world, right? Or the delusional world, the illusion. But I want to achieve a state of transcendence that is sustainable. So when I go out of that meditative state, I can maintain that sense of inner stillness, inner peace, connection to the divine source as I move through my reality, right? Everything can be experienced in a magical, mystical way, embodied still in the present moment, so that you can interact with your reality, interact with others, drive your car, sit in traffic, stay in line at the store, whatever it is. But you're still maintaining that high vibrational state of presence, of being, of seeing that everything is energy, vibrating at different frequencies, right? And that everything is a precious gift, and that every moment of every day you're being showered by blessings from the divine source. And you can gift that feeling to others as you encounter people throughout the day as well. Just radiating your light and being very present and authentic and sincere in the love and the light that you're sharing with others. You can go into a mini mart and engage with the clerk behind the counter in a beautiful way where you're sincerely saying, "Good morning. How are you today? Thank you for working. Thank you for being here and offering your service to others." And it's amazing how they'll respond. Like, read the room and see what they might be receptive to. But at the same time, I've had people take out their phone and start, "Have you seen the pictures of my cat? Look, this is my daughter." You're suddenly in this conversation with a stranger that you hadn't known before, and you're developing this. In that moment, you have uplifted them and made them feel special, right? And I just feel inspired to do that wherever I'm at, every day, in every way. Try to uplift and elevate those around me, those I come across, because we know that we are one, right? But if we're able to connect with others in a way that makes them feel loved, recognized, special, right? We know then that we're doing what we were really called to do on this earth, is to bring unity and peace and harmony. We survived the election, right? And here we are. So now it's time more than ever for the spiritual community to spread unity, to spread that unity consciousness that transcends division, right? Because no matter who our leader is, it's up to us to hold the sacred space for everyone, regardless of what their political or religious or spiritual beliefs are, right? It's all exception. It's all unconditional love. Why did I say exception? Because a lot of times politics and religion can be exclusive, right? And in the spiritual community, we want to be inclusive, right? We want to include everyone with unconditional love, regardless of who and how they are and what they believe, right? So we can spread that oneness and that unity consciousness. So transcendence as a way of living and being came through for me as something I really wanted to teach, and I wanted to be able to offer practices that allowed my students to be able to achieve and sustain that state as well. So I thought I would look up transcendence and see what it means. It comes from the Latin prefix trans, meaning beyond, and the word scandar, meaning to climb. When you achieve transcendence, you have gone beyond ordinary limitations. Okay, here you are at the SoulSearch fair, right? And you have all these psychics, seers, intuitives, right? They've gone beyond the ordinary limitations of the 3D matrix, right? So they've expanded, and so have each and every one of you, because you wouldn't be coming to a SoulSearch psychic fair if you hadn't, right? You have transcended the 3D societal norms that have been programmed into us by the 3D matrix, right? We're supposed to stay within the spectrum of light, the spectrum of perception that's contained in this matrix, right? But when we realize that it's a matrix, we know that we have the ability to blow the lid off that 3D matrix and expand our consciousness into the fourth dimension, into the fifth dimension, connecting directly with source consciousness, right? And when we're able to do that, then, you know, the psychics and the seers and the healers, they all have the ability to tap into that infinite field and draw from the Akashic records, right? Or tap into who you are as a multidimensional being and tell you who you're being in other parallel realities. I really do believe there's one eternal now moment in truth, that there is a central source, a central universe, if you will, that is settled in eternity, that really exists in the eternal now, right? And the beings that exist there are eternal souls. I like to call it our source self. We have a source self that is immortal, right? Infused by the divine, infinite, but also existential, existing, and also experiential, projecting into time and space, right? For these linear lifetimes where we have the opportunity to experience a lifetime that has a beginning and an ending. But the source of ourself is eternal. And so with this one eternal now moment, then all of these parallel realities of all of these aspects of ourself that we've projected into time and space exist all at once. That's hard for our linear minds to really comprehend. But I believe that's why the psychic and seers can access these other lifetimes and see them, because it's like a movie that's streaming now, right? And so they can tell you, well, in this other lifetime, you know, maybe you're an Egyptian priest or priestess, and I see you sitting in a temple, right? Teaching, sitting in a pyramid, right? There you are in Egypt, or there you are in the Mayan temples, or maybe there you are in Kansas being a cowboy, who knows, right? But it's just another reality, and they can watch the movie because it's unfolding now. And so I do believe time is an illusion, right? But what does that mean? You know, here we are walking through it, and it seems very real, and, you know, we have the density of form and matter. But really, I believe that it is a simulation in a sense. I do believe the possibility that it is like a virtual reality game that we are playing, and we've chosen to play it, and our source self is watching it, guiding, nudging. You might call this your higher self that is giving you messages, maybe nudging you in this direction or that direction, because the avatars in these simulations or virtual reality games that we are being right now, right? We have to have free will. That's cosmic law, that the avatars get to have free will and make free will choices about what direction they want to go in, what choices they're going to make in their life, whether they want to evolve or not. You know, maybe they make decisions that spiral them downward for a time and they move into sort of a devolution. But they're always learning, right? They may just be descending in the moment, but then they may have a profound awakening experience and start ascending and spiraling upward. But we have the opportunity to make choices. However, when we really start to expand our consciousness and make an intention to tune into our higher self, then we start to get nudges, right? We feel compelled to serve, compelled to be on a spiritual path, right? And then we can start to follow the guidance, follow our heart, tap into our intuition, follow our intuitive guidance. Right now, we're co-creating with our source self. So in this reality, we are living in a consensus reality, right? So we all volunteered to come here to this particular version of reality on this particular planet, right? And all share this planetary home together. And as a consensus reality, we all agree that this is a computer, that's a chair, right? And so we've agreed upon the reality that we're going to project, and it's a co-creative experience. We are a collective consciousness, then, if you will. And so knowing that every thought, word, and action is affecting everybody in this collective consciousness, because truly we're one mind. We're one planetary mind. We're also one cosmic mind, and we all share the same divine mind, right? But just that knowing that our thoughts and words and actions intricately interconnect and affect everyone in this field of collective consciousness. Now, you might see it more directly with your own little sphere, your family, your friends, right, in the community. But know that because we all are sharing one mind, and specifically one planetary mind here, that thoughts you put out in the field are affecting everybody in it. And once you know that, then you start to become much more attuned, highly aware. What thought am I thinking? And as such, what am I manifesting? And also, how is this thought affecting others in the field, right? I'm really interested in quantum physics and started studying it and really find it's a spiritual science, right? Everything that the gurus have been saying for millennia about, infinite fields of consciousness, they're calling now quantum consciousness. They're confirming this thought of parallel realities, and they're even saying that you can split off into different realities even in one incarnation, right? So you make a decision, say that you're at a crossroads and you want to go here, but you also want to go there, and you're not sure what to do. You may split, because you have a desire to go in both directions, that, one aspect of your being goes off in this direction, another aspect goes off in that direction, and now two of you are having parallel realities, right? But I just love how quantum physics are open to exploring, all of these different types of things. And so we are creating our reality as we move through it. And that's something that they're really proving, that the act of observing, right, creates the reality that then you move into. And so many experiments have been done to show that atoms only respond to an observer observing them, and then only then do they translate into form, right? And so we know that in this field full of atoms, that it's all vibrating energy that only translates into actual form in the present of an intelligent observer. So how I translated that is to know that as I move through my reality, the forms are appearing before me based on my expectations, my intentions. The reality is manifesting before me and falling into place based on the way in which I'm creating it. And that has everything to do with your thoughts, your intentions, your emotions, your actions, right? Once you know that you're creating your reality as you move through it and everything that unfolds before you, then you become much more highly aware of what thoughts you're allowing, right? What words you're saying, what actions you're taking, because you know you're manifesting your reality in total accordance with that, but then also with that awareness that you're affecting everybody else's reality around you too. And so then you want to keep like your thoughts, words, and actions vibrating at the highest possible frequency of love, compassion, empathy, respect, admiration, right? And so when you do that, then you really start to attract others who are doing the same, right? It's like the light attracts more light, and soon you find yourself surrounded by the love light community. And now you're activating each other. I do believe we activate each other. And when we come together, we're each like a spark of light that makes the light shine brighter. And then that expands and we feel a heart expansion and we really feel that strong love light connection with each other. And so knowing that you're creating your reality and you can set an intention to manifest whatever it is that you truly desire, as long as it serves the highest good for yourself and all others. When you set that intention and it does serve the highest good for yourself and others, the universe will co-create with you. The angels will applaud you and you'll start seeing 444, 111, 333. Who sees that?
I see it all the time. Every time I look at a clock, it's the same. My husband's just like, how do you do it? I said, I don't know. It won't stop.
Totally.
It's so insane with me.
It is insane.
Every time I look at a clock, it doesn't matter.
It's
Same
incredible. Well, that's
So what does that mean?
It's the universe saying affirmation, affirmation, affirmation. You're on the right track. You're doing the right thing. That's beautiful affirmations on a daily basis that the universe is communicating with you. Your guardian angels are communicating with you. Your spiritual guides are coming through and saying, yes, we're with you. We're supporting you. We're co-creating with you because you're on the spiritual path in service to the love and the light of the divine, right? And as long as you kind of stay on that track, you'll know that the angels and the archangels, Mother, Father, God, Goddess, is with you and within you at all times. And so that being said, what I want to do today is I want to offer some practices that will help you to achieve that state of stillness, of transcendence, and then to sustain it. And so I discovered a practice called the sacred secretion practice. And I came to understand that, who's that popular, was it Bruce Lipton? Maybe. Anyways, that they were offering it too, but it's based on neuroscience. And so the idea behind the sacred secretion practice is that it releases melatonin, serotonin, and ultimately DMT. Dr. Joe Dispenza. And but before I knew that he was offering it, I found it from a neuroscientist who had done the actual research behind, how does melatonin, serotonin, and DMT get released? They call that like the sacred seed. I mean, they call it the anointing, right? Even in the Bible, there's references to this sacred oil, right? The Christ oil. But what it really is it is like a molecule in the cerebral spinal fluid. Now, they call that cerebral spinal fluid life force. And this is the activating energy that animates your spirit, animates your soul. And it's direct from source. So it's like the divine source flowing through you. But when you can activate that in the seat of the soul, then you can pull it up the spine by taking, breaths at different intervals and then just intentionally igniting that to surge up the spine. Very similar to a Kundalini activation, but I always like the scientific research, to support it. To say, yes, this actually does happen and this is why. Now, you're familiar with breathing practices. And one of the reasons that breathing practices are so effective is because it reduces carbon dioxide, which then releases the melatonin, serotonin, tryptophan, right? And DMT. DMT, called spirit molecule. People can take it, externally and have ecstatic experiences or hallucinogenic experiences, but it's natural. DMT occurs naturally within our cerebral spinal fluid. And so without taking anything, you can release it naturally through different breathing practices and meditative practices. I love guiding journeys that take one through the different energy centers. And I do believe that there are 12. We have the 7, which are embodied, but then as we move past the 7th crown, then we open a gate in the 8th and can continue up through 9, 10, 11, 12. We all know 12 is a very sacred number, right? This is the divine trinity expressing itself in all 4 directions. For 12, like the zodiac wheel, right? Where there's 3 signs in each of the 4 elements. The divine trinity is always expressing itself as 3 in 4 directions to create the reality. So it's like 12 personalities of the divine source expressing itself, right? And so we're going to engage in a meditation that includes breathing practices with the intention of igniting the Kundalini energy in the seat of the soul, but then allowing that DMT to surge up the spine and into what they call the thalamic gate. The thalamic gate starts in your brain stem, and it actually moves into your pituitary gland and your pineal gland. And we know the pineal gland, right, is a really important part of the brain where we release these chemicals as well. And so let's get started. Make sure to keep track of time. Okay. Everybody just take a nice deep breath. And if you want, you can make an audible. Take a nice deep breath in. Drop your shoulders. Inhale and expand your belly. Exhale and release it. Inhale, expand. Exhale, release. Now just follow your soft, natural breathing as the air flows in and out of your body. Becoming more and more relaxed. Totally present here in the now moment. Letting go of any thoughts about the past or the future. Just present here and now. Aware of the love and the light that surrounds you. Seated here amongst your soul brothers and sisters, each and every one of you, radiating your love light. Feeling now that high vibrational frequency pervade the room with a high vibrational energy. This is a spiraling energy. The spiral being the most fundamental pattern of creation. Everything spiraling out from a central source. Everything spiraling out from the source of love. Place your hand on your heart. This is your center of love. This is your source of love. And your love light spirals out of this center, your fourth chakra. Feel your heart expanding, opening. Unconditional love flows out from this center. Imagine yourself surrounded by green light. This is the color of love. This soft green light expanding all around you, filling your auric field. Imagine this entire room filled with this beautiful emerald green light. Such a high vibrational frequency, you might even find yourself vibrating. Feel in to that vibrating energy within you. This is your soul, the animating force within you. Feel that energy vibrating within you and all around you. Feel into the essence of your being, who you truly are as an emanation of the divine source. Imagine a golden spark of light igniting in every cell of your being. That is the divine light within you, igniting your soul. Vibrating now at a higher frequency, very present here in the now moment. I want you to focus all of your energy and attention to a point at the base of your spine. Where your spine meets the chair beneath you. With all of your energy and attention focused there, you may feel a tingling sensation. This is the seat of your soul, the seat of your Kundalini energy, the serpentine energy within you. We are electromagnetic beings, and so we have blue electricity and red magnetism flowing through our being. And this is our life force. Imagine seated at the base of your spine, 2 serpents, 1 electric blue and 1 magnetic red. One is masculine, electric. The other is feminine, magnetic. They are intertwined at the base of your spine and coil there. Imagine the red magnetic and blue electric serpentine energy coiled at the base of your spine. With the power of your breath, we are going to awaken that Kundalini energy and pull it up our spine through our energy centers. Start by taking some nice deep breaths, breathing in to that serpentine energy, awakening those serpents. And with each breath, you're enlivening, awakening, activating that coiled energy at the base of your spine. Then get ready to take a deep inhalation as you pull that energy up into your sacral chakra. For women, into the womb. For men, into the lower belly. Here we go. Pull that energy up, and as you do, feel the blue electric serpent and the red magnetic serpent ascending and braiding your spine. Pull that energy up and feel the electromagnetic energy tingling as it ascends and braids your spine and moves up into your sacral chakra. This bright orange wheel spinning for women in the womb space, for men in the lower belly. Now focus all of your energy and attention on a bright orange energy center. Now, with the Kundalini energy seated there, feel an expansion there. This is your center of creativity, of creative expression, center of reproductivity, and also just your center of expressing yourself in ways that tap into your creative potential. Now, with the power of your intention, we're going to breathe into that serpentine energy and allow it to surge up the spine now into the next chakra, which is your solar plexus, a golden energy center at the level of your belly button. Here we go. Set your intention and then take a deep inhalation. And pull that electromagnetic energy up your spine. The red and blue serpents ascending and braiding your spine now. Feel that tingling sensation rising up your spine and connecting in to that golden energy center now, that solar plexus. This is the radiant light within you. This is the sun within your being. The solar energy. And it's a masculine energy of power, of empowerment, of standing in your power. This is the power source within you. And when you tap into this energy center, you do feel empowered. Empowered to do and be and have anything you desire. This is the center where you say, I am, I can, and I will. And you're empowered to do so. Now, On an inhalation, we're going to pull that Kundalini energy up into the heart center. Here we go. Pull that serpentine energy and imagine the red and blue serpents braiding and ascending your spine. And pull that up into your heart center, this beautiful green center, the center of love, unconditional love, the love of the divine source. And now, as you do this, feel a flood of love flow through you. Filled with love, surrounded by love. You feel in love with all that is, in love with yourself, self-love, and in love with all others, with all living things and beings in all of creation. This is infinite love. Everything is sourced by this infinite love. And it flows through you and is seated in your heart space, in this heart center. Now, the power of our intention, we are going to do a deep inhalation to pull that Kundalini energy now up into the throat. Pull that energy up into the throat and feel it rising in your spine, that electromagnetic tingling energy moving now up into your throat. This is a pale blue chakra, sparkling with sky blue energy. This is your fifth chakra. And as we move into the fifth dimension, you become more and more aware that this is the center of communication, of telepathic communication, of expressing yourself, expressing who you are with authenticity and sincerity. It's the center for community and unity consciousness. And this is what the fifth dimension is all about. And that's what we're ascending into. So as you feel this energy center opening, allowing you to speak your truth, the truth of who you are authentically. Have faith that when you speak the truth of who you are, that you will enter miracle-mindedness, divine synchronicity, attracting the like-minded community. Also, opening this center allows you to communicate with your angels, archangels, ascended masters, your spirit guides, and Mother, Father, God, Goddess. Now that that Kundalini energy is parked in your throat, we're going to pull it up into your brain stem. Imagine now the red and blue serpents emerging through the center of your throat chakra. Inhale, bringing it up into your brain stem, flowing up into your third chakra, this indigo blue wheel. I'm sorry, this is your second chakra. This indigo blue wheel spinning at the center of your head. Okay, and in the center of this indigo blue wheel is your pineal gland. Imagine at the center of this indigo blue wheel a golden pine cone. Now I want you to intentionally ignite that golden pine cone, like igniting a golden flame within it so that it burns brightly. See that golden pine cone burning brightly within that spiraling indigo blue wheel at the center of your head, filling your head with indigo blue light, with a golden light in the center. You have just ignited your pineal gland. This is also a decalcification of your pineal gland, as the golden flame burns off any calcification, so that you can tune into that pineal gland, which gives you access to the infinite field of quantum consciousness. Imagine you could send a golden laser beam of light from that pineal gland through your third eye, that point between your brows. Sending that golden laser beam of light through your third eye, accessing the infinite field of knowledge, wisdom, consciousness, ideas. And you can access anything you wish to retrieve from the field. Experiment with this. Project any inquiry into the field, an answer to a question. Project your inquiry into the field like a golden laser beam of light into the field to retrieve the answer. Then just allow the answer to come through you. You may hear an answer. You may see a vision unfolding across the screen of your mind. It may come as an inner knowing you knew all along. It may even come later as a sudden epiphany or revelation. But this is how you tap into that field and retrieve any information, any knowledge, the Akashic records. The more that you pull this Kundalini energy up your spine and allow it to come through your third eye, sending a laser beam of light out from your pineal gland through your third eye, the more you'll be able to retrieve anything you wish to receive from the field. Now focus all of your energy and attention on that crown chakra. This is a golden wheel of light spinning atop your crown. Pull that energy up into that energy center and feel a crown portal opening atop your head. This crown portal opening opens you to receive divine blessings of love and light direct from the divine source. Angels pouring love and light into your crown, filling your entire head, flowing down into your throat, filling your chest, flowing down your arms, filling your abdomen, flowing down into your thighs, into your knees, into your calves, filling your feet. Imagine being filled with divine love and light, sparkling, emanating, vibrating. This is releasing serotonin, melatonin, DMT. Feel like you're on cloud 9, floating, vibrating, emanating, activating the divine within you. Filled with this divine love and light now, you'll carry this with you for the rest of the day. And others will notice your divine love light radiating from within you and radiating all around you. This is how you achieve this state of transcendence and how you sustain it and carry it with you throughout the rest of your day. Open your eyes. Here you are. Do you feel elevated?
Yeah.
May you be showered with abundant blessings every day, for you are divine. And I love you. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for the.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. You're so beautiful.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Hope you guys are having a great weekend, and stay connected with us. We are a spirituality and consciousness platform and community, and we love bringing our soul family together at these live events. We do them around once a month in the Bay Area, so definitely we'll be back in Dublin in December, so stay tuned for that. And also you can stay connected with all of our practitioners like Leah through our SoulSearch.io directory, and you can check out our practitioner TV shows on our conscious content streaming channel, SoulSearch.tv. You can check it out online or on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, or Android TV. And so I'm excited to welcome our next speaker, Leah Isla. She is a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. Leah dedicates herself to assisting professionals in unlocking their optimal performance and purpose through the exploration of their spiritual power. Leah has navigated the demanding role of Vice President of Design at an iconic fashion company, and she understands the struggle for balance. Overwhelmed by stress, anxiety, and imposter syndrome, she turned to the teachings and techniques of the ancient mystery school, which transformed her whole life. And she now is dedicated to teaching others how we can all utilize these ancient spiritual practices for our own transformation and evolution. So, Leah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. So I am a healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. And we are a 3,000-year-old lineage in the lineage of King Solomon. And King Solomon believed that we are all divine beings. He wanted to create the Adam we had, which is the divine being, helping us to understand that we are like God, and he wanted us to step into our own Godhood. And so in doing so, he wanted to call in all the leaders, healers, magi's, oracles from that time to create a comprehensive system that would work for anyone, so that they could step into their divine Godhood. And so it had to work for everyone, regardless of their religion, their ethnicity, their nationality, their spiritual beliefs, their wealth status, sexual preference. If it only worked for one person, they threw it out. It had to work for everyone. So if it's just one tribe, one person, wasn't good enough. And so what came together was the most comprehensive teachings and healings that we have here on Earth. From that, we received the life activation, which brings light into your DNA and activates your 22 DNA strand codons, as well as the Empower Thyself initiation and the path of initiation, which helps to bring down more energy for you, fill you with more light so that you can step into your own empowerment. So this is an ancient path to know thyself. And it's really revealing to you who you truly are. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? What is my purpose? And so through the activations, through the healings, and through the teachings, you can come closer to who you are and start stepping into your own divine power. And so today I want to discuss with you spiritual intuition. That's one of the things that we work on, especially in the class called Empower Thyself. In that class, you learn the foundational tools of the Mystery School. So you learn ancient wisdom and ancient rituals that are very practical and useful for today, that you could use every single day, every morning, every evening, to bring in the energy for yourself, to help you to stay centered and focused so that you can achieve and accomplish more in your day, and not to have those like roller coaster days. Through these rituals and teachings, you're able to have a day where you are optimized and you can transmute those energies that come into your life and make improvements throughout the day. And then you're no longer drained. And so spiritual intuition is a strong one. It's a really, really fun way to connect with your own gifts and to use your spiritual intuition to make better decisions, have more clarity. And so each of us has spiritual senses. And we already know our senses, our physical senses, right? We know we have sight, sound, taste, feel, and smell, fragrance. But we also have our spiritual senses. So we have the clairvoyance, the ability to see. We have clairsentience, the ability to feel or to know. Sometimes you get a sensation. And then also clairaudience, the ability to hear. How many of you have experienced the gift of clairvoyance, of seeing? Anybody? How about clairsentience? Sometimes you have a feeling, or you know, you have a sensation. How about clairaudience? Clairaudience is hearing. You gotta hear it. I love it. She's like, what is that? And she's like, oh, I got that. So I'm just talking to the camera because it is a live feed. And so I have to remember that there's other people that are watching. So I'll kind of like talk so they can follow along with us. And so we all have these abilities. And you have the ability to actually utilize and develop all of them. So just because you've only experienced one, some people have experienced none, doesn't mean that you can't develop these. It's just like in academics. If you were to study math, science, literature, you build that strength, you build that experience. And so building your spiritual senses is the same thing. And so what do you think spiritual senses could be useful for in your life? Everything. What type of benefits would you be able to use these for?
It help guide decisions that you're trying to make about Starbucks this morning or beats. Or like, should I put my mouth in the food or something different?
So little decisions and big decisions.
Yeah.
What else?
Preventing possible danger.
Preventing possible dangers. Absolutely.
Keeping ourselves focused.
Keeping your focus. Being aware of the possibilities. Of what? Right, you might not notice because sometimes these possibilities could be endless, right? And you're not going to be able to see them with your eyes or hear them with your ears, just through sound around you. These are universal. They come from the universe, right? Possibilities. So we're talking about spiritual intuition today. So have you ever walked into a room and maybe there was people in there beforehand and they had, an argument or a disagreement, and you walk in, you don't know what happened, but you could feel what's happened in that room, right? It's like you could feel the tension. It's like a knife cut through, right? Or you walk into a space and it's a good party going on, and without even seeing anybody, you can already feel the joy and the vibration coming up, right? And so those are, a little bit of your spiritual senses coming through, because they're the things that you don't know or see, but you can already start to feel it. So for me, in my experience, I've always been an empath and intuitive my entire life. And I didn't fully understand that until I became older. But it's always been a benefit for me, and it's allowed me to make better decisions in my life. Do you want to hear, a few stories? I'll start with the first one. The first one is a little bit, it's a little scary. Are you okay with hearing a scary story? So when I was in grade school, I was selected to go into what we call like the gift classes, but I don't think they have those anymore. It's more like the advanced classes, right? And I met with a teacher, and the teacher, I didn't get a good feeling about him. I kind of felt like, in my school terms or like young age, I felt yucky. Like I just didn't want to be in his energy. And I didn't know what it was but I was like, there's just something about him. I don't feel good. It makes me feel like queasy inside. So I explained it to my mother, and I was like, no, I really don't want to, go into that gift class. I'd rather just stay where I am because I'm not getting a good feeling about it. And so luckily I had a supportive mom who understood, and she was like, okay, you're not going to go into that class, even though several of my friends were going to be in that class. And from the outside, it looked like they were having fun. It looked like they were doing so many things that, the other classes weren't doing. But I knew in my heart, and I could feel it, something that was wrong there. And I sensed, like one of you pointed out, danger. I sensed danger. And no reason to, right? I'm like 9 years old. There's no reason why I should feel this way. Well, come to graduating high school, it came out that a few of my close friends were actually sexually assaulted by this teacher. And a case came up against him. And unfortunately, he had assaulted hundreds of children throughout all his tenure. And it didn't matter, it was all children. It didn't matter what they were. But my intuition as early as 9 years old, it gave me that warning. And so for my parents, they're kind of like, okay, well, this is somewhat of validation. We knew, she told us that, this was a warning, and luckily we listened because it actually prevented something that could have happened, right? So it's a little bit of a scary story, but sometimes it is, like you feel that sensation of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't go that direction today. Or, oh, maybe I've got to get out of here because something is going to happen. Like, for instance, I was driving and somebody came into my lane this morning, but I had the sense to move over really quick before they came into my lane. So it's like you have these things. So it's, what you can do is start to gather the data for yourself. Pay attention. Where do you feel these signals in your body? And start to gather that data, and that will show to yourself, is this feeling something that I need to be aware of? Is it going to give me a warning? Is it going to give me some information? And then it'll start to build, and you can say, oh, I can start to trust myself now. I trust that the feelings that I'm feeling, or the whatever sensation that I'm receiving, I can start to rely on it a little bit more. And it's not something that's just weird, And so another story is where it would be really helpful for you is actually being able to use it to your benefit to get ahead or to achieve what you want. So this is in the early 2000s, before the housing market crash. And I'm going to date myself. But my husband and I were looking for a new home. And I was traveling in Tokyo at the time, and he was kind of getting jittery that I'm gone and he has nothing to do, and he was like, I'm gonna go see a real estate agent and I'm gonna start looking for houses. I'm like, okay, fine, just stay busy, that's fine. So he sent me some snapshots. He emailed them to me, the photos, and one of the photos I looked at, and I had seen the staircase and the living room in my vision. So I said, that's the house. And I was surprised. I was like, I didn't expect him to find anything, but I was like, that's the vision I saw several years ago. I know that's the house. And so when I got back from Tokyo, we went to go look at it. And we're like, okay, yes, we have a good feeling about this house. And so we went and put in an offer. So this is like pre-market crash, pre-Obama, president. And the market was really high at that time. So everybody was always overbidding, and they still are to this day. But it was like, that's when it started. Like everyone would start to outbid, right? But my intuition told me, you know what? I'm actually going to put in a bid under the asking price, because I had a feeling for some reason that I could get this house for under asking. Our agent was like flabbergasted. He was like, why are you putting in a bid under the asking price? Nobody does that in California, especially in the Bay Area. And I was like, I don't know, just put this bid in. And it was several thousand, like tens of thousands under the asking price. And to everyone's astonishment, it was accepted. And they accepted like right away. Like they were hungry to receive this bid. And come to find out, there were 2 bids before ours where the sale fell through. And they were just wanting to get out of this house. And so they were anxious, and they were just like, they took the bid. and I got it for under asking. And several of those things have happened to me throughout the year where I am able to actually like forecast and get these feelings of, oh, there's a better possibility. I can't prove it. All the data suggests that I'm crazy, right? There's no way, if you, even today, I think if you were to put an underbid, no one's gonna accept it. And they would actually probably be insulted. But I knew somehow that the buyers had an intent to sell and they were actually willing to take a loss. So it can benefit you financially, it can benefit you in getting what you desire, but it is really about you trusting yourself and gathering the data, right? It's kind of like being a scientist. You want to get all the information, but it's about yourself, gathering the data for yourself. You know, so encouraging you to journal, start to gather what you feel, what you sense. So how many of you would like to practice this? So we're going to do 2 exercises that I think are going to be really fun. So I suggest that you clear your laps and put your feet flat on the floor. I'm going to lead you through a visual meditation. And this is really to strengthen your mind. It's also going to help you to visualize and imagine. So just sort of like suspend all disbelief and just be here in the moment and allow your mind to play. So go ahead and put your feet flat on the floor and put your hands palms up in your lap and take a few deep breaths. Breathing in peace, breathing out stress of the day, breathing in more light, and breathing out any worries. Go ahead and close your eyes. Now imagine a dark screen. Visualize a hand, making it as real as possible. See the lines on the knuckles, the hairs on the hand. Imagine all the rich details as much as possible, making this hand look really real. Now see the hand, place a number on the black screen. Actually attaching the number onto the screen with a thumbtack. See the hand come down. Now see the number come alive. Animate the number. Can you make it move? Can you make it light up? Now see the hand come up and take the number down, leaving a dark blank screen. See the hand pick another number and tap it onto the screen. And see this number do something totally different. We're doing a spiritual intuition exercise. So just go ahead and close your eyes and follow along. See this number do something completely different. Animate it. Can you make it move? Now see the hand reach up and unpin the number and take it down. Now see the hand select a letter. Put the letter up and have it come alive somehow. What other senses do you sense? Is there a fragrance or an aroma? Is there a sensation? When you animate the letter, how does it make you feel? Now have the hand take down the letter and put up 3 letters. Do these 3 letters spell a word? Does it activate a feeling or a sensation? Now rearrange the letters backwards. Does that spell a word? Do these letters have any meaning for you? Do they trigger a memory? Now picture the hand taking the letters down. Gently coming back to the room, open your eyes. How was that experience? Were you able to do it? That's good. Everyone was able to do it? Okay. Anybody want to share their experience? Was it challenging for anyone? Good. So you all have very imaginative minds. We're going to do another exercise. I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and grab a stone. I'm going to ask you to use your left hand because that's your receiving hand. And when you have your stone, just feel it in your hand, closing your eyes, don't look at it. And then I'm going to walk you through the exercise. Okay. So I'm going to go clockwise around the room. Using your left hand, see what stone is magnetized. Don't look. Okay, good, just 2 minutes. Feel. Using your right hand, closing your eyes. If you haven't done already, keep your eyes closed and just feel the energy of yourself. And if you're at home, you can also do this exercise if you can grab something that you can relax with. Everyone has their stone. Now tune into the energy of that stone. What do you sense? Is there a sensation? Can you feel something in your body? Sensation or feeling? Does it bring up any memories? Are these memories that you can see? Or a sensation that you can feel? Or fragrance that you can smell? Or maybe something that you can hear? Is this stone sharing anything with you? What is it saying? Can you sense the color of the stone? Don't second guess it. Just whatever color comes to you first. Don't use your mind. Just feel. Can you sense what type of stone it is? Is there a vibration? Is there a sound? Coming back to the room, gently open your eyes and look at your stone. Were you able to connect with your stone?
It's very different.
That's okay. This is all about strengthening your senses. And maybe you didn't get the color right, but did you feel anything? Were you able to have any memories that were related to the stone? What's that? Took you to the beach? Oh, wow. You felt the wind. Yeah. Uh-huh. The healing? Oh, nice. I'm just repeating for the people on the screen. So it took him to the beach, and he felt the beach and the ocean and the wind. You heard the birds?
The wind.
And the wind. Oh, nice. Oh, and you got a message to go. A message to go to the ocean. Which stone did you have?
Yeah, it's like this gray, clear thing.
Oh, is it it's a quartz, smoky quartz?
My mind.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Well, smoky quartz in Kabbalah, it resembles Malkuth, so symbolize Malkuth, and one of the colors is rust. Yeah. Yeah. And the Malkuth symbolizes the kingdom of earth. It took you to nature. So you had a really strong connection. Yeah. Awesome. Anybody else?
Any kind of memories that I see something?
It said something to you?
Yeah. Feeling of safety.
Feeling the safety? Oh, nice. Oh, good. So did you hear it, or did you know it, or did
No, I didn't hear it, but
you sense it? You sensed it. Uh-huh. Very cool. Is that a new experience for you?
no, I think I had maybe when the patients say that.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Anybody else? Anybody hear any songs or smell any fragrances? Get a vibration? Would you like to try it again? Yeah. Yeah. So go ahead and you can stick that stone in your pocket. That's for you to keep. I'm going to go around and do the same exercise. We're doing spiritual intuition. And right now we're connecting with crystal. And so what I'm asking everyone to do is use their left hand, close their eyes, and seeing what stone magnetizes. Which crystal? Close your eyes and use your left hand, which is receiving hand. Once you have it, go ahead and keep your eyes closed and just tune into the energy. And this is a fun exercise. So don't make any judgments. Don't be critical of yourself. Just allow to receive. You want to just receive. Keep an open heart and an open mind. And there are no right or wrong answers. This is all for you to tune in to your own energy and start collecting your own data. And the data comes in any form or sensation, whether you see it, feel it, hear it. This is your own personal data. And your experience is unique to yourself.
when you have your stone, start connecting with it and also start expanding your energy. So taking a deep breath, breathing in the light, expanding the light within, and then letting it go peacefully. So try to expand your energy like a sphere is growing around you. Expanding your energy out, and then bringing it back in. Now tune into your crystal. What do you sense? First thing that comes to your senses. What sensation do you feel? Do you see anything? Do you feel anything? Can you hear something? Or maybe you remember something. A memory, a place, a person. Tuning into your heart, how does it make your heart feel? Can you expand that energy out? Tuning into the crystal, can you sense the color? Or maybe the fragrance? The texture? If you were to make something with this crystal, this stone, what would you make? Where would you find a stone like this? Does it take you to a destination? Is it someplace near or far?
Coming back to the room, gently open your eyes. Take a look at your stone, your crystal. How did you do? You did great.
Yeah, I did.
You did it.
Yeah. It was a clear quartz. This is pretty clear.
Nice.
With fissures in it. That's what I got.
And that's what you saw.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. You're collecting your data. Yeah. Is there anything else that you got from the stone?
Just vibration. I feel vibration where it was contacting my skin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. Feeling the energy. Anybody else?
I had a similar experience where I got it right. I at first was like, oh, it's turquoise stone. And like afterwards, it was definitely cloudy. And it's like half turquoise. Cloudy. Yeah. And it made me feel like I was at the river and it was stone in the river.
Oh.
It was very cool.
Yeah. Is there something that you did differently this time versus last time?
I kind of just let myself go into it a little bit more and like not think, but just feel a bit more.
So she didn't think, she just felt.
Mine was confusing
Yours is confusing?
because initially I kind of thought,
Uh-huh.
and then I didn't really necessarily see red, but I felt like a heat of it, like a reddish orange.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, well, I just see kind of like light. I was like, light. And so when I opened it, it's like,
Oh, yeah.
Jasper, so it has red, it has green.
I remember you getting that. So, yeah, so yours is a little confusing because it's multicolored.
Yeah.
It's a jasper.
So it was like, I couldn't decipher.
But you got the colors.
Yeah.
You got it through symbolism.
Yeah.
That's cool. Wow. Did you do anything different this time versus last time? Oh, okay, so you didn't do the first time. Okay. First, out of the gate. That's great. Who else would like to share?
I just felt mine and my heart.
You felt it in your heart. Yeah.
Felt it in my heart.
And which stone did you get? Oh, you got amethyst. Amethyst? I think.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. So that would make sense. You felt it in your heart. Yeah. Healing stone. Mm-hmm. Sorry, in back here. Uh-huh. Oh, so you're able to feel your neighbor's stone. Wow. So you're projecting maybe too far out.
Yeah.
Maybe come in a little bit. When we say expand your energy, maybe come in a little bit because you're probably, you're going a little bit too far out, right? And we have many layers of the aura, right? And so you can actually control how big you want to expand it to, and then how much you want to compress it to as well. And when you bring it closer into your body, it kind of allows you to have, you're not going to feel so much. It's going to be a little bit more protective. And so kind of just bring it in a little bit, and then you can focus on your own energy versus everybody else's energy around you. Cool though. Was that surprising for you? Yeah. I wonder how else that can manifest in your life. You're feeling other people's and seeing other people's energies. Always. Okay. Cool. So we actually teach rituals to kind of help you to, with your energy, how to control it, how to manage it, how to put protection around you, so you're not constantly absorbing other people's energies. Who else?
So I had moved to navigate this time.
Uh-huh.
And it's very interesting when you say that even sites visualize
Uh-huh.
at the beginning
Sorry, this is just so long, giving me 5 minutes. Sorry, you felt a very cool, calming.
and I got the same memories, and but by the time I came back to the stone again, I felt more warm and orangish memory and this.
Oh, nice.
So that I can relate to what people said. I felt like I was spreading myself too thin.
Too far. Too thin.
And as it came closer.
A higher connection to yourself. Yeah. Okay, very cool. Yes.
What kind of stone is this?
I can't see. Is that a clear crystal quartz? Clear crystal quartz? Someone see around her? Yeah,
Yeah, it's just like. Yeah, it's quartz.
quartz, okay. Yeah. Yes.
So with my first one, I felt like tightness in my chest.
Uh-huh.
And then this one, I felt warm and pain.
Uh-huh. Oh, nice. So you get,
didn't see or hear.
uh-huh. That's okay.
No, that you're just.
Uh-huh. But you're getting the sensation, you're getting the feeling, and you can discern what feelings those are. Mhm. Yeah. Cool. And that's okay. You know, these will start to awaken within you. We always start and suggest that people receive a life activation. And the life activation is a one-on-one session. It's about 2 hours where I work in your energetic field, in your aura, balancing your magnetic energies, your elemental energies, removing any energetic blocks to prepare you to receive a life activation. And the life activation is light that's coming down from source that flows into your 22-strand DNA codons, filling your DNA and into your physical body and then integrates into your world. And this helps you to connect to your divine blueprint, to remember who you are and what your purpose is. It brings in healing genetic karma, as well as strengthening your spiritual gifts. So you have more clarity and discernment. And at the end of the session, there's a brief reading where we read your DNA codons. And that helps you to also receive information and have more clarity and discernment about who you are. And so the light activation actually helps you to flow in more positive energy, more light. It helps you to expand your light. But it also, what I've seen is it helps people to manifest what they desire. So often people come to me for, they want to improve their health, they're transitioning jobs, or they're transitioning careers, whatever that is. But magically and seamlessly, whatever they desire seems to flow to them seamlessly. And so I always recommend that. And then if you want to take a step further and actually learn how to step into your divine energy, just like we did today of really building up your spiritual gifts, you can take a 2-day class that I'm offering in January, on January 4th and 5th. It's called Empower Thyself. And that's where you learn the foundational tools of the mystery school. So we're a 3,000-year-old lineage, and you learn ancient wisdom and rituals where you can elevate your connection, have a higher connection, bring in the light for healing, bring in more protection, very practical rituals that will help you to manifest what you want throughout the day so that you have more empowerment for yourself. And at the end of those 2 days, there's a sacred ceremony, beautiful ceremony where you receive initiation. And through that, you receive 10 times more light. So with that 10 times more light, you're going to have more empowerment. You're going to have more vitality, and you're going to be able to achieve what you desire more easily because you don't have to exude so much energy because now you have 10 times more light. And it happens faster because of that 10 times more light. And so we always recommend that you build up your own gifts. And this is just a little piece of it. You saw how when you can connect what you can see, what you can feel, some people were able to get even some accuracy, and how that can come into your life. And it's not just about being accurate, but really, again, seeing what fruits flow from your own empowerment. And so rather than having to rely on outside sources, you're able to gain confidence in yourself and being able to forecast what's going to be the best for you in your path. So we're about a path to know thyself. So yeah, I mean, just keep on working on it. We recommend that you practice these exercises 11 minutes every day to really build up that strength because it is a muscle. And just as you learned how to read and how to write, you should also be working on your spiritual skills. Do you have any questions? Yes.
With the life activation, you can work on your purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Does that, what is like past life?
Yeah, so you will actually, the life activation is more about activating your energy and remembering like your contract, your divine contract. And so that energy is going to flow through you and seamlessly you're going to start to move in that direction. When you're talking about karma and past life, you actually learn more in the Empower Thyself class. And so you learn ancient concepts about who am I, where did I come from, where am I going, and what is my purpose. And that actually brings in a lot of reassurance. We actually say that we're not actually teaching you anything, we're actually reminding you. And these concepts, to me, when I received them, were very foreign. I had never heard of them before. And again, I've been an empath and intuitive my entire life. And they were very foreign, but when I received them, I felt so reassured. It's like, this actually feels right. And you're receiving keys, you're receiving these ancient keys. And so that could really help you if that's what you're looking to experience. You're welcome. How was that experience for you guys?
This was a good experience.
Oh, good. Yeah. So I encourage you to keep on working at it. And that's the only way that you're going to really build that muscle and collect your data, journal it, try it every single day. Do it throughout your daily life. Really tune into your body and see what you're feeling. But also receiving the activations and initiations, that's going to elevate your energy. So if you're looking to really build a higher connection, I definitely encourage you to try it. Because we say that it's all about your experience. You're the one that's going to collect the fruits. You're the one that's going to collect that. Cool. Thank you so much for having me. Does anybody else have any questions?
I have one.
Yes.
In your bio, it talks about something syndrome. Imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome.
What is that?
Yeah, so that's when, so for instance, I'm a designer, fashion designer, and I never felt confident in who I was. I didn't know who I was, actually. And I was a VP of design, so here I am leading a team, and I never felt comfortable. I knew that wasn't who I actually was. It's like, okay, I'm stepping into this role, but it's not actually me. And actually, in Empower Thyself, you actually start to understand through the subconscious mind, who am I? And you start to remove all the masks. Everything in your personality is, learned behavior. It's all things that, we've learned here in this lifetime, but it's not actually who you are. And so you actually learn who your true self is as an individual connected to spirit versus all the conditioning and programming that we've received. And that takes a lot of effort to actually remove those things, because you may think, oh, I'm just a fashion designer. I can't be good at anything else. Like, I'm not going to be good in finance because I'm creative, or I'm not going to be good at, whatever this, because this is what I do. This is who I am. But in reality, those are all just masks. That is a person. That's not who you truly are. You are actually, more powerful than you think you are. And so we put these limitations. And so what we want to do is just remove those limitations and open up those boundaries so that you can expand and move beyond that. Okay. Sorry. Okay, cool. Awesome. So we're about time. I would love to meet with you guys. I'm at a booth right here in the hallway. So if you have any questions, you want to talk, let's connect. Thank you again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo. Good afternoon. Thank you guys so much for joining us this weekend. And here at SoulSearch, we are here to support the upliftment of humanity, and we do that by supporting you in connecting to amazing teachers, healers, and guides, like all the ones you see here, and Diana Lopez here. And stay connected with us through our online directory and platform, soulsearch.io. Tune in to our shows on SoulSearch TV, where all of our practitioners have their shows. You can go watch them online for free or on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android TV. And keep coming back to our Enlightenment Expos. We host one of these every month across the Bay Area, all over. So you guys can keep coming back, new speakers, new practitioners, and of course, keep expanding your soul family and making new friends. So I'm excited to be introducing Diana Lopez today. She is a dedicated professional with a passion for justice and a commitment to advocating for the rights of vulnerable individuals. Motivated by a desire to affect broader change, Diana founded the Medusa Project, a nonprofit organization committed to eradicating human trafficking. She also launched the Medusa's Awakening podcast, further amplifying her mission to raise awareness and inspire action. In addition to her role as a nonprofit founder, Diana has taken on the crucial role of victim advocate, and through this position, she tirelessly advocates for the rights and well-being of survivors. And she is also passionate about healing and support, and she'll be sharing about all of that through plant medicine with us today. So thank you so much, Diana. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today in here. I hope everybody can just take a huge deep breath. We are going to touch on a little bit of subjects that might be a little bit triggering for everybody. So if you need to step out of the room, if you need a moment, and if you need to talk after, I'm happy to work you through it. But please just make sure you're grounded and just take some deep breaths. Okay, we're all safe in this space. And I appreciate the dogs being here. They bring a good energy to this room. So I just wanted to kind of touch on a little bit of my story and what brought me here in front of you today. I grew up with an immigrant mother and father who, weren't given the best advice about how to handle emotions growing up. There was a lot of abuse in their homes, and not necessarily in mine in the way they had to deal with things. But what that brought to me was kind of, you shut down your emotions. You don't let anybody know that you're upset. You just keep it to yourself. I was basically taught survival tactics. It wasn't, how to regulate your emotions. It wasn't, if you're feeling sad today, let's talk about it, right? Like that's the important factor, is to be able to speak in a safe space with somebody. So when you grow into a situation like that, you're, especially as a Gen X kid, we're all latchkey kids, nobody really at home. You're kind of on your own out there figuring things out. So probably by the age 13, 14, I was using alcohol, marijuana, and then as my teenage years grew, so did my addiction, and so into my 20s, right? Fast forward, I'm in my 20s, I'm still not doing life right. There was literally nobody around to sit there and go, hey, do you need help? Because it kind of looks like you're not doing it good, So we keep going. I was probably a good sober for about 10 years. I got married, had a kid, did all the things that I was supposed to do as a woman, right? And traditionally, because that's what my home was about, being traditional. And I was unhappy. Is the bottom line. I grew up in chaos, and then I got a job in a law firm, which leads to me working in chaos. And by the time I was, maybe in my 40s, like mid 40s or whatever, I had just, walked away from a long-term relationship. I had just moved, and I was thinking to myself, this is going to be a different start, right? Like, I'm going to do this. But, I'm still drinking, right? Still smoking weed, back in my 40s, like I'm just hopping back on the train again. But in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna do it better this time. This is a fresh start. And then I got bed bugs. And when I tell you that I did not handle that well, I was beeline to the psychiatrist's office. I was a mess. I had a breakdown. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. My skin crawled all the time. I was just a mess. And I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know what to do. So they gave me all the pharmaceutical drugs that at the time I was very grateful for, because it helped the shaking. It got me to be able to sleep. It got me to be able to eat a little bit. And I still, other than speaking to a therapist, I didn't have any tools. So where does that lead me? It leads me to taking more medication and more medication and more medication. And then the years kept going and nothing's changing, right? So my nervous system, I'm still shaky. My thought process is I just need more medication because I still don't feel good. But what I was missing when I started to actually do my healing journey, what I was missing was the releasing of that trauma. I was missing speaking about the trauma, right? And even like diving deeper in to where that trauma began and how it manifested years later on. And I wasn't getting that from Western medication. It wasn't until I started to work with Yuri Lee, who is the creator of these products. It really showed me how much the Western medication shut me down. So what Western medications, I was on 6 pills a day for anxiety and depression. All that was doing was numbing it. But if you can imagine the medication being like a door in front of you and it's shut, right? So it's meant to, whatever's trying to penetrate the door is not going to come through. But what's behind the door? It's all those years and decades full of all the trauma that I experienced. And where's that going? Nowhere, because it wants to go out the door, but the door's closed. So instead, it's just building up behind it. That is why people have that same kind of feeling in the effects of this medication's not working anymore. I need more. When in actuality, I needed less of that medication at that time and more releasing at that time, and then continued releasing. So how that worked for me is, it was just so eye-opening a few years ago, working with Yuri, and she had the Amanita mushroom. The feeling in my body that I got when I first tried the mushroom was the Western medication was keeping the door shut. The Amanita mushroom wants to open the door. So it was like a tug of war in my body. And I finally came to the realization, I have tools in my toolkit. I've been healing for a while. I know, go sit my butt on the ground, on the grass, connect more with nature, more breathing exercises. And I'm also in a time where, my life is not getting any easier. You just heard, I work for a law firm, and I'm also an advocate for those that have suffered in trafficking. And having to be able to be a force in front of those, like as a protector, I can't be waffling, right? I need to be strong. And how do I get strong? I get strong by healing. And what that healing looks like for me is acknowledging what that trauma is, acknowledging the events, the person that was in my life, the people, whatever it was that caused me to have grief, shame, fear. Fear is such a killer for us. And we all walk around with it every day. And it manifests in anxiety. So my son, who also has anxiety, I tell him, I said, it's because you're scared. So what are you scared of? And he just kind of goes on, because he's 18, who cares, right? He's just going to go figure it out on his own. But what it is realizing how this is all connected and how you can kind of go back and say, okay, I have had this. We live in a fear-based country, right? We live like our social media, the news, everything is fear-based. They want us to be in fear all the time. What they don't want us to be is woken up and healing, because then we are less susceptible to the fear-based topics, to the fear-based thinking, because we know that there's another way, there's a better way. So I use the Amanita mushroom to help wean me off my medication, because I figured I want to actually heal. Western medication doesn't allow for healing. It just allows for being numb. That's it. That's what my parents taught me to do, right? Like, I didn't know any better. It's, don't talk about your emotions. Don't let anybody know that you're upset. So keep that inside. That's what Western medication allows for. It doesn't allow for healing. It just allows for not feeling. I took off half a tab, you know, and I intuitively did it myself. My doctors all said, we don't suggest you do this. And I go, well, it's a good thing I don't like you. So, so I wound up doing it anyways. It is not a psychedelic. It works behind the scenes, so to speak. So it allows for, like I said, the opening. It allows your body to open. Our subconscious loves to protect us. So oftentimes if there's a situation where you've been, I don't know, a mess for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, why do I feel like this? Why do I feel like this? Why do I feel like I'm about to cry? Why do I feel so angry? Our subconscious loves to protect us, but what those signals are telling you is there's something there you're ready to let go of. So the Amanita mushroom, what it does was when it opens you up, it kindly asks your subconscious to move a little bit. So I can bring this to her conscious level and show her, this is why you are feeling this way. It's this, why do I keep thinking of this person? Why do I keep thinking of this event? And then you finally realize, why am I still holding on to that? That's so stupid. Like, that was so 20 years ago or something like that. I want to let this go. I want to release. I want to heal from this. I don't want this to, you know, ever think about this, you know, situation. I want to let this situation go. The Amanita mushroom allows for the opening, the trauma to come through, for you to acknowledge and heal it. If we're not acknowledging it, we're not healing it. And again, that is exactly the way Western medication works. It is not meant for us to heal. The Amanita mushroom has helped in a variety of ways where like I said, I think it was almost a decade on anti-anxiety, antidepressants. And I was so dumbfounded the first time I was completely off the medication, and I went to the DMV, which was kind of a mistake. I fully, you know, everything I expected to happen at the DMV, all the, nope, you need this, no, do you have this, you know, enraged by the time, right, I was done. And it was to the point where I was so shocked about how angry I feel, because I haven't felt that way in like years, because I was so numb that I was having chest pains. I was like, what the hell? You know, like, what is this, heart attack? You know, but it was so painful to be so mad at my body. So what does that tell me? That's exactly all the anger and stuff. I had not felt that in 10 years. So it was so eye-opening of how much that medication actually numbs you. It's not protecting you. It's actually more harmful for you, because you're keeping that damage. You're keeping those pains inside of you, and you're walking around with that. So it's no wonder your back hurts, your shoulders ache. It's no wonder you feel like your whole body gets hit by a truck sometimes, because those are signals for you. Those are signals for you to say, okay, there's something here that wants to show itself, and now I want to be able to go ahead and start releasing that. The whole idea for the Amanita mushroom is to work in the background. So you're not going to be out here seeing things psychedelically. You will be of sound mind and body. You can go do all the things you need to do. But what it helps is to kind of give you that information of acknowledging that there is an event or a situation or a person that you're ready to let go of. And it's truly trying to bring to you that healing that needs to happen. Because if we're not letting go of it, it's just sitting in us, and it's going to manifest cancer, diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, a variety of different health issues. So if I can get that upset and feel that much pain in my body because I was that mad, and it just sit there, I can totally see why trauma causes so many medical issues. And that is why this Amanita mushroom, it is truly a blessing. And it may not feel like that for some of you at the moment, because healing is hard and it's not linear. We have to walk through it the way we walk through it. We have to deal with it the way we deal with it. A lot of times it's crying, right? A lot of times it's being so upset that you just don't want to talk to anybody. But instead of letting it go, so to speak, right? Because we're really good at going, how many of us have woken up and, your lower back hurt and you're just, I got to make it through the day anyway. I got to go anyway, right? So what are you going to do? You're going to pop ibuprofen. You're going to do some things to rub stuff on, even if you rub stuff on your back to make it, in our minds, oh, that's natural, but it's like, no, but are you understanding what it's telling you? I've had so many times where I've walked, I think for like 2 years, I've had this lower left side back pain and it would just, if I bent over, it would aggravate because it's almost like it just tensed up. Getting off those medications, I was noticing how I was laying in bed with my right side tensed up like this. And I'm just laying in bed and I'm like this. That's a fear response. That's fear. When your body's tensed up, you're waiting, right? You're waiting for the hit. That's almost what that's like. You're waiting for something to happen, is why you're so tensed up. But if you acknowledge that tension is creating something in you that you're not acknowledging, it's still going to be there. You could go do all the chiropractic things, the acupuncture things, you could do all the things you want. It's still going to be there. So the Amanita mushroom, the way it works is it generally just leaves you open and lets you, and how that has worked with me is, I'll just start thinking of something that happened to me or somebody an ex, or maybe a friend that I no longer talk to because something happened, that it will come to you. This is not meant, oh, take the mushroom and now go into your head and start thinking about this. You want to have your brain out of the equation. We have to start thinking of our brain. You're just here to do math. Stop trying to force the thinking, what that means for me. Everything comes from here. It's not, this is just, right? If you have to figure out directions, if you have to remember where you went, this is not meant to help you to release. All this does is help you circle the drain. So working in the Amanita space and with that mushroom, you can use it for so many great things. You set intentions all you want. If you work with the PM, so there's a 350 milligram dose, which to me, I consider that your AM dose. Like, I'm gonna, start my day. I want my nervous system regulated. I want to stay grounded. I have meetings all day long. I'm a little bit nervous. That type of situation. I want to be able to still work with people, but be open enough that I'm more self-aware. So that's what it does. It kind of opens that up for you. Be more self-aware. Help you regulate your nervous system for the day. Help you stay grounded, and acknowledging when you need a break now. So that's the other aspect of it. We need to get out of this mindset that when we're at work, we're at work. There are times where we do need to step away. But oftentimes, if you're like me, you just want to get stuff done. You just want to get it done, and you'll just keep going until it gets done. But then what happens to you at the end of that? There's nothing left for you. There's nothing left for you. There's nothing left for your loved ones. There's no patience there anymore. It's strictly in a situation where you are, again, putting a Band-Aid on it. So the Amanita, the morning time mushroom, as I like to call it, is the one that kind of sets my day, I set the intention for that day. I want a peaceful day. I don't want to be dealing with anything, any crazy energies around me. And you will be surprised at the benefits that gives you just by that. There is a nighttime dose, which is a heavier dose. It's 700 milligrams. I call it the nighttime dose because this is something you want to take. You don't want to be up in your head trying to finish a project, trying to finish a presentation, trying to think about what you're going to say at that meeting. That's your time. And anytime, what I like to do is when I'm if I'm taking this mushroom and I go to lay down, that day is still coming to me. I have to tell myself, this is my time now. This is what I need for me. I don't care about that presentation tomorrow. I don't care about that project that needs to happen tomorrow. This is my time. This is my time to rest. This is my time to heal. If you take the 700 milligram dosage tincture with the Blue Lotus tincture, what the Blue Lotus likes to do is open up your crown chakra and your third eye. That is great for meditation. It's great for lucid dreaming. It helps you to receive the downloads. A lot of people are not understanding their path right now. They're not understanding, like, if their life has just been flipped upside down, what that is actually telling them. It is a lot of times we are in the mindset of everything happens to us instead of for us. When you start making that switch of anything that happens in my life, what is that telling me? What is that teaching me? What am I supposed to learn from this? And instead of living up here, you need to be more down here. And the Amanita mushroom allows for that, because now it allows that whatever signals, whatever issues, whatever things that you're trying to work through that are just kind of in your head or floating around, like it's just not resonating into your body, the mushroom helps to open that up and helps to bring that to light.
Where's the location?
So the mushroom is from Siberia. The woman that created this product, she is actually in LA, and she will be up here next weekend to do. She's going to be in San Francisco. Yeah, she'll be in San Francisco. And if you stop by the booth, you can sign up for her emails, and she can send you the links. She also does a once a month Zoom call where you could just hop on for free. You could talk to her about all the things, whatever you need to, whatever you're trying to do, whatever you're trying to work with, you can just get on, ask all the questions. She will answer for free. So that's another way. You can also just go on her website and figure out if there's a modality you want to work with her on, that she's definitely up for that as well.
Is mushroom the plant?
It is mushroom the plant, but she does have the mushroom caps. They are like soybeans. They are toxic until you cook it. All the other stuff that she has, the tinctures, the gummies, they're already taken care of for you. You don't need to worry about it. It's only when you buy the actual mushroom caps, and it's literally the size of your pinky nail. So that mushroom caps will last you for a while. You boil water, you take pinky nail size of the mushroom, you dip it in the boiling water for 20 minutes, and then you drink it like a tea. You want to set an intention, you want to manifest, you want to say that, there's something in me that I need to understand, what to know about. You let it kind of sit in, maybe in an hour. You start journaling, you start asking the questions, you go into meditation, to receive all the information that you want, and then that's how you can work with that mushroom. For anybody in here that is still on anxiety and depression medication, I know that my doctor had said, before, if you take a half tab, right? You're not meant to just drop and stop taking it. That's not going to work for you. You listen to your body, though. I think their thinking is you take a half a tab off each week. I didn't do that. Even when working with the mushroom, I intuitively just worked with my body. So maybe 1 week I took half a tab off, and then the next week I probably waited maybe another month and a half. And then the next week after that, or the next time after that, I probably waited 2 weeks. So I just kind of let it tell myself, and I came out of that. I maybe had some eye twitches at the end, and that's about it. Like, I didn't feel like I was crazy, which was so eye-opening to me. because this whole time I'm thinking, I need the barbiturates. I need the extra medication. I need a different medication. I didn't need any of that at all. What I needed was to start acknowledging what was really going on with me and start releasing from that. So it's, like I said, it was very eye-opening the way I did it. Like I said, the mushroom itself is not meant to be a psychedelic. You could definitely work with her with shamanic journeys, things like that, to kind of, if that's something that you would be interested in, because those kind of things can be eye-opening as well. You know, I set a journey for myself, what I thought was how my life on my path should be going, and I am not. I'm here speaking in front of you. And I've like said, you know, I don't want to be doing that. You know, I would rather be, you know, helping these survivors, you know, being the first person on the scene when these victims get rescued. Like, that's where I want to be. But we don't get to choose that for ourselves sometimes. Sometimes it's stumbling around in the dark a little bit until we find what we're actually supposed to be doing. And when we find what we're supposed to be doing, you know how you know in your whole heart that is the direction you're going to be on, is because things will come to you easily. People will present themselves out of the blue. Situations will come to you and be like, hey, do you want to do this? And each time I'm just, you have to meet it with the, okay, I guess. You're coming to me when, you know, and just trying those certain things out, because lo and behold, I thought I was just going to retire at this law firm. And now here I am going, I can't get out of here fast enough. You know, I can't get away from this work chaos fast enough, where that is where I thrived. You know, when things aren't busy and things aren't crazy, I'm bored. I can't focus. I need a deadline. I need, we need this right now situation. And that is so not healthy. You know, and I'm finding more and more when you thrive in chaos like that, is take a look at how you grew up, or take a look at your relationships. Were they also in chaos? Maybe there was something there in the background that you're just like, this is how I thrive. I'm comfortable here. And oftentimes that's the case. You know, a lot of people go, you know, can I get high from this? You know, or can I, you know, and all great questions. You know, there are no stupid questions, but like, I get it. You know, absolutely. That is the mindset of the people on this planet, right? We want to not be in our bodies. We want to be somewhere else. We don't want to be here. We don't want to be feeling like this. We don't want to be experience certain things, you know. But we have to know that this is for a reason. And sometimes those reasons bring us to places like this, in rooms like this. So you can hear other people's perspective, and hopefully it might change your mind a little bit about the doom and gloom of it all. It's hard. It's hard. When we are in despair, it is so hard to come out of that. And that despair will keep you there. You know, I'm having to work with my son, and seeing my son the way I grew up, seeing his kind of mannerisms and his anger, right? Like that whole teenage anger is so rough. It is so harsh. And I go, wow, yeah, I used to be like that. That used to be me. But now it's triggering for me when I see him. And my first response, and I had to go, oh my God. Like, if I did that, if I said that to my son, that I'm just recreating me. My first response was, take a shot of tequila. You want to drink some alcohol? Like, I initially go, because that's what I did. My response when I was his age was, give me some alcohol or smoke some weed. You know, that was my, and I so bad, I was like, oh my God, I almost told him that. Because that is what but I'm, right? I'm trying to lead him down a different path. You know, a lot of times I go, thank God. Like, he was not me at 18. Like, he's like, to me, I'm like, you seem so much younger than I was when I was your age. And yeah, it's a different time. It's a different situation. We're more careful now because we have so much fear about what the world looks like. So trying not to pass that along to my son has been a little bit of a challenge for me, but I woke up to it. And I probably would not have done it if I didn't start healing at some point. I probably would have just passed on that gene to him, right? Like just passed on those traits. So for him to just go off and, you know, he's 18, he's drinking, I was drinking when I was 18, you know, like that's not healthy. It's not a healthy way for him to come out of that. And it's not healthy to pass on. So this mushroom, the healing, all of it, it just opens your mind. It opens you up to more perception about what your life was like, what it's like now, and how can I move forward. So I say this all to say there's still so much hope out there, and it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter when you start. If you started today, if you walked out of this room and started right at this moment, or if you walked out of this room and didn't start for another year or two, the point is you start. And it's just little steps. We're not meant to release all these years and generations of trauma all at one time. You'll wind up in the psychiatrist's office with me. You are meant to do it layer by layer, just layer by layer. And sometimes it gets harder. Sometimes the layers are a little rough. But when you have the tools, when you have something that you are able to look back to and go, I know this is going to help me through it, that's the point. Seeing you on the other side, right? We all have to walk through something in life. And it's hard, but we all have to have that hope that in going forward and in moving through it, we're going to come out the other side just that little bit better. And just know that the more you do it, yeah, like I said, it's rough sometimes. The more you do it, the easier you come in and out of it. Sometimes you might have to sit in it a little bit, and it maybe take you a little while. And then sometimes it's just like, is this even mine? Can I just let this go? And you'll start, like for me, I yawn a lot, you know, to the point where my eyes start watering. And sometimes when it's so heavy, it gets stuck right here. And I start coughing, I start gagging. I use the Amanita mushroom to help push that through. Because it's meant to open to release. Does anybody have any questions?
Is it legal?
It is legal. Yes. It is
Is it
legal.
like a limit you can take, or?
Yeah, so for if you just wanted to do the tinctures, that the droplet is the tube is long, but when you pull it out, it's only like that much. So you would do whatever's in the droplet because it's never going to fill all the way up. And you just put it under your tongue and then you go about your day. If you do the actual mushroom, it's pinky nail size into boiling water for 20 minutes.
You do it in a group, or you do it in the place?
You can bring. I have some at the table, so you can bring it home, and you can
just do it at home. And then there's no one to guide you, or how do you?
Yeah, because this is microdosing. Huh? It's microdosing.
A little bit.
Yeah, so it's not meant to put you in a full shamanic journey. You would have to work with her or somebody else that you trust, a healer that you trust. But with the tinctures and the tea, it's all meant to be a portion and a size that is safe for you to do in your home. You're not going to be, unless you already have visuals, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to feel like you're sedated. You're not going to feel like you can't make a decision or like it's impairing you in any way. You can still go out and drive. You can do all the things, make all the decisions you need to make. Like I said, the thing is you don't want to take the heavier dose and be out in the world because you will bring those energies back as your own, and you're going to not really understand why you feel that way. And it's not going to say, oh, because of that guy in the black shirt that you ran into at the store, that's his energy. It doesn't look like that. It looks like it's yours. And so you're going to be like, why do I feel so shitty when I just got from the store?
Is it side effect?
Oh, side effects? I have not had any side effects, and I do vitamins. I've taken blood pressure medication, and I got off my blood pressure medication. And it wasn't because I was tired of it. Like, if I was to go out and get shot and stabbed, yeah, I'm running to the hospital. I'm not saying like just ignore Western medical practices altogether. I'm just saying that when it comes to your spiritual growth and in your healing, that maybe Western medication is not the best ideal for you, but it works, like I said, it works more in the background. What you may be experiencing if you experience more pain in your body, those are signals for you. The amanita mushroom is signaling to you that there's something going on. You have to ask what this is telling you, because otherwise it's just going to sit there. And if you are not open, and if your subconscious is stepping in to protect you, you're not going to get that understanding or that message of what that pain in my back is telling me. Does anybody else? Somebody?
How is it different than marijuana?
So marijuana is supposed to be like a euphoric high, right? I get downloads off of marijuana just sometimes as well too, but marijuana is very euphoric, and you can't drive. You shouldn't be working. Some people wake and bake. I'm not a wake and baker. I can't do it. Like when if I smoke weed, it's like I want to be in the couch. I want to be, laying in the bed. I want to be relaxing, watching something funny. The mushroom is not meant to alter your state whatsoever. Yeah. And sometimes marijuana, even with indica, will give you anxiety. It will make your heart palpitate sometimes,
My brother.
Sure. Yeah, that's totally fine. No, my brother too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yes.
How old is your son?
He's 18.
And how does he relate to what you've gone through since you straightened yourself out of that sense?
I'm open with my son. I walked him through some of the stuff that I went through growing up. Because I talked to him about energy. He has ADHD. So, we went and did the aura scan, and he was like, what color do you think mine's going to be? Red, all red. It's just going to be all red. Because he lives up here all the time, lives up here. And so I have to tell him, I said, I understand that the medical diagnosis for you and what you have is ADHD. And yes, you are probably, and what they call it, is on the spectrum of autism, right? I said, but what you're not understanding is you have all this energy here. And that energy that's just circling around leaves you less and less inclined to know that you, what's the word? Like he just suddenly just does something, right? Like he doesn't wait his turn. Like he's just like ready to go, Yes, he's very impulsive. So like the other day, my dad had the refrigerator open. He's an old man. He moves very slowly. My son needed something out of it. And he just stood there for 2 seconds and he goes, boom, right? And he doesn't mean any disrespect. He just doesn't have that in him. And I said, it is what you're describing is your energy is floating around so fast up here that you're not in your body. You're not grounded. Grounding practices with my son is very hard. It is very hard. He's very, even if he's standing, he cannot just stand still. He has to be constantly moving. I tried to do the mushrooms with him, but like ultimately he's 18 now, and I want him to be able to advocate for himself. And in that way is making sure you take this, if you truly want to try it, making sure you're trying it, you're taking it yourself every day. I don't want to have to remind you.
Does he like them?
He liked them, yeah. But he doesn't take them. Like he just forgets, right? I don't have any vitamins I have set up for him. He doesn't take them because he forgets. And I told him, I said, it's just because maybe you're not ready yet.
They have them in caps.
Yeah. Oh, the amanita? Or
Just right, just mushrooms.
oh, the mushrooms, yeah. Yeah, he hasn't really tried any other mushrooms. I mostly just have the amanita mushroom. Yeah. So, that way, like I said, I kind of want him to lead his own path, even though, like for many people that you care about, it's hard to watch and frustrating.
Is he involved in any sport?
Yeah, he was doing jujitsu. But now his full energy and mind is on college, and he was so lost right now. Yeah, so he's having to deal with that. Did you have a question?
Yeah. How does this impact suicidal ideation?
So for my son, because he had the same thing, the suicidal ideation. This was pre the mushroom. It helps in a way that because suicidal thoughts is you're in despair. There's no way out. I don't see happiness anywhere in my future. I don't see any hope for myself. That is trapped trauma. And even if you are unable as a parent to see their trauma, my son doesn't really connect with my mom, his grandmother, because she said something to him when he was a kid. Oh, are you just going to be a crybaby or something? He holds on to that, right? So kids, right? We hold on to, I had an ex-boyfriend whose father said to him, oh, you guys just remember the bad stuff. You know, and it's true because that's the stuff that traumatizes us. So even if we don't actually see it, you know, and it could have just been kids at school, it could have been a situation with another family member. It doesn't necessarily have to mean you did something wrong. It's just in their heart and in their mind, they just don't see another way out. So what the Amanita mushroom does is ask your subconscious to step aside, but he needs the teaching, right? He needs the how, what this means. How do I work through this when I have this feeling? How do I acknowledge what is actually going on? What is the actual reason why? And then opening that up and exploring that and then releasing that. A lot of, you know, a lot of this is stemming from also, right, too much social media, also stemming from what is people are hearing on the news. It's not a great time. And, you know, for my son, a lot of it had to do with, you know, situations from his father. He just, you know, doesn't feel heard, doesn't feel loved, you know, that type of thing. And that could really have an issue with that. So in working with somebody with suicidal ideation, it's the Amanita mushroom also with the tools to walk through it. It's the ability to be able to journal. It's the ability to be able to talk to somebody, maybe a third party, but at least it opens you up enough to go, okay, I want to send this out now. Does that make sense? Does anybody? Yeah.
I think marijuana is good to do it in a group, but this one is good to do it alone or good to?
You can do both. You can do, but you know, I say that to mean you have to set the group of people that you feel safe with. Yeah, you know, people that their vibration is not going to harm you, right? There's a lot of people with very low vibration out there, so you have to just be careful with the people that you surround yourself with when you do things like this, because it can really impact on how you feel and how you work things out. Anybody else?
Does she grow them?
This mushroom is grown in Siberia. So I don't know how she gets it from there, but it ultimately winds up in her hands. And it's the actual mushroom, and she's very particular, very particular with what she puts in. And it's not only that, but the tinctures and the things the gummies that she makes, the body butter, it is also her energy, because she is a very powerful healer. So she's very particular of what she puts in, and she's also very particular of how she makes it. So it's all very intense. There's a lot of intention in this.
So the butter, is it the same kind of dosage you get microdosing?
The only actual other time that I microdosed a mushroom, it was in a capsule that had lion's mane, and I think it was the more of the psychedelic. To me, it was, I guess maybe I'm just too sensitive or something, because it was a lot for me. Like, I want to be able to take something during the day, right? And it was too heavy. Like, I kind of felt like I was just walking around like this, which would have been great if I didn't have anything to do. But unfortunately, right, that's not going to work if somebody's like, we need to get this on file right now, like, or we need to get these documents out, and then I'll be like, wait. Time out. You know, so that's good. Yeah. So for me, the Amanita mushroom, like I said, works in the background. You're not going to feel like you're medicated, heavily sedated, or any of that kind of thing.
Does it do the same thing that psychedelics do, except for does it connect the snaps?
Correct. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, in that way, yes, that's how it.
Will this show in a drug test if we do like employment drug test? Will this be
Um,
part of the drug test?
That part I don't know because I work for a law firm and they don't drug test us. I said, I'm not quite sure. I work in a law firm, they don't drug test us. So,
I don't think that's one of the things they pay for.
yeah, I don't think that's one of the things that they would pick either. It's usually, right, the barbiturates, the opium, the methamphetamines, cocaine, like things like that. Alcohol.
Did anybody else in the law firm, including the lawyers, know what you're doing?
Oh, I don't know. I still don't care about them. You know, to me, I'm not a salesperson. I don't like doing sales. That's not me. I'm the type of person that will go to another country if somebody says that costs $20. I'm not haggling them. Just here you go, you know, because that's just not me. I don't have the patience for it. But I feel like this mushroom, when it calls people to it, even if you come by and just kind of glance, it's telling you something. Even if you're not ready for it and you walk away, that's fine too, right? But it's something in you that's telling you that you're a little bit interested in this, but why are you interested in this, right? So, you know, there's certain people that I will talk to about this. And they are kind of it is the younger generation. You know, the older generation that I work with, that I happen to work with, they are very stuck in their ways. They're very A-type, you know, like, you know, right? Like they know, and this is how I do things. And, you know, so it just kind of depends on the person. In general, I don't really like to talk to them. I don't even want them asking me for something. I just deal and collect my paycheck. I wish. But yeah, I mean, if they were to ask me about it, I would absolutely talk to them about it because, yeah, it's like I said, it's legal and, you know.
Where do you base? Where do you base?
So I'm here in the Bay Area, but the woman that makes this is all in LA. She's in LA. And she will, if you sign up for her mailer, you can, like I said, she does a once a month Zoom call that you can hop on. You can ask her how to work with it. You can ask her the different types of ways, things like that. And then you can also, if you're interested in working with her, obviously you can find out those ways. I believe she's going to be up in San Francisco next weekend doing a breathwork retreat. At one of the churches in, I think it's called Living Church. I believe it might be like one of those mushroom churches. So yeah, so that'll be next week. But if you sign up for her mailer or whatever, she can let you know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. Yes.
Are they poisonous?
They are poison. They're like soybeans, poisonous until you cook them. But for the most part, like the tinctures, the gummies, it's just take and you're good to go. The only thing is if you buy the actual mushroom caps, like you don't want to eat a bunch of those raw. Like I said, you don't want to cook with them. You are just boiling water and putting a pinky nail size into that boiling water for 20 minutes, and that's it. You're good to go. You're boiling it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
The tinctures are okay.
Yeah. Everything else is ready to go. Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, thank you so much for sticking around and listening to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm actually in the inside the conference room next to the Aura video picture booth thingy. Yeah. Please, stop by. Yeah, I have samples if you guys want to try anything. Yeah. So if you guys want to try anything, I have samples. I have samples of tinctures, gummies. I have coffee. If you want to try the coffee. Yep. It has lion's mane, chaga, amanita, turkey tail, and reishi. So yeah, and I only have the decaf available. No, the caffeinated people told me out. But yeah, feel free to stop by if you guys want to do some samples. I'm in the East Bay. Yeah. Yeah. My nonprofit is from San Francisco. So a portion of these sales go to the nonprofit. We are for prevention, teaching kids about trafficking and how to self-regulate your emotions, all the things that make you vulnerable to a trafficker. We're trying to teach the kids how to. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, thank you. Next to the oral booth, yeah.
The drink is
I have, mushroom coffee.
oh,
Yeah, I have some.
it's apple and they make you you can drink it here. You make you.
You're not gonna, you can still go on dry. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's normal.
It's just a market. Thank you so much, everybody.
Do you have any business cards with you or is
Yeah, she has business, I have business cards for the healer, at the table. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo. Thank you guys for being with us this weekend. I know some of you guys have been with us since yesterday, joining us live and via the live stream. And for those of you joining us today, welcome, welcome. Thank you. At SoulSearch, we're here to support the upliftment of humanity, and we do that by working with each and every one of you to co-create these experiences where we can connect to our inner peace and power and harmony and really create the earth that we know is possible for all of us. So thank you guys for co-creating this experience, and stay connected. You can connect with all the amazing practitioners here like Teresa through our soulsearch.io platform. You can watch their shows on SoulSearch TV, and of course, keep coming back to our Enlightenment Expos. We host one per month in the Bay Area, and the next one will be in Dublin. So hopefully we'll see some of you guys there. And I'm delighted to be introducing our next speaker, Teresa Vidal. She is known as the modern day oracle. Her breadth and depth of expertise includes a master's level background in psychology, advanced certifications in neuroscience, and relational trauma coaching. She is a Navy veteran and holds additional certifications in leadership, training, facilitation, negotiation, projective dream working, financial management, in addition to being a certified and tested intuitive and Karuna Reiki master teacher. She has a fully comprehensive and holistic approach to achieving profound personal transformation. So we're really blessed to have Teresa with us today to share her wisdom. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Hello. The end of the day on a Sunday. Thank you all for being here. I know that there are some of my clients and other people that are here live streaming the event. So thank you so much for joining us here as well. 85% of CEOs use their intuition. This is according to the Yale University School of Management study that was recently released in August of this year. 85%. Why is that? Because they know that their intuition works. And what they know is that whenever you are in a cutting edge environment or an environment where you do not have all the answers, you don't have the data, you don't have the analytics, maybe you don't even have the experience, we as humans are naturally inclined to rely on our intuition and our intuitive gifts. So just by a show of hands, how many of you know that you have intuitive gifts? Okay, good, good. And of all of you that raised your hands, how many of you can confidently say that you have full access to your intuitive gifts without any doubts, without any cloudy judgment? Okay, we have one. For those of you who don't.
I had to use it. I work for the county and we have to work on budgets. And so we pass numbers, customers, current, any issues, and then the last one gave you to tuition on what you think is going to happen. And so we would be really close. Everyone was close to the eye on.
It's brilliant. I love that. I love that. So she was sharing that in her role, that she was encouraged to use her intuition, which I think is fabulous. So of us that have access to our full intuitive gifts or that are aware of them but are struggling with it, how many of you, maybe it's you, maybe it's someone you know, deals with stress on a regular basis? How about, that's the known stress, how about things like decision fatigue? When you come home and someone, your kids or your partner asks, what's for dinner? And you just want to scream. Or you have cognitive load, which is when you are carrying all your thoughts in your head instead of writing them down. Or how about being in a high pressure environment, or even being someplace where you are constantly stressed because of financial concerns or health challenges? How many now experience stress? Yeah. So I'm going to share with you some of the things that I have taught my clients to do, as well as talked with other people about, so that you have some stories. I'm going to share some client stories as well as what to do. But first, I want to share a little bit about my own personal journey. So unlike many, I have known that I've been intuitive my whole life. I can remember when I was 4 years old, and we had moved into this brand new house, and my mother was the handy person in the family. And I remember walking into my parents' bedroom, and at the time, they had installed this beautiful, pale, steel blue carpeting. And I loved standing at the doorway looking at it because they had these huge windows, and outside it would look like the sky was mirroring their carpet in their room. And so as a little 4-year-old, I used to enjoy standing there, especially on sunny days, because I could see this mirror representation. And one day my mother was in there, and do you remember the old telephone jacks that you plugged into the wall?
Yes.
They don't really have those anymore, except in the older homes. Well, she had taken off the cover of it and was trying to figure out why it wasn't working. And it wasn't connected was the issue. And she was struggling figuring out which wires were to be connected to the actual phone jack. And I walked over in my little 4-year-old self and declared, oh, mommy, you put this green one with this yellow one and this red one over here with this one, because they weren't the standard electrical colors for anybody that is aware of electrical duties and wires. She didn't believe me. And I said, well, mommy, why don't you just go check one of the other outlets? And she said, oh, that's a great idea. And she went off and checked the outlet and came back and said, you were right. It was exactly what it was. And I remember at that time thinking, well, doesn't everybody know this? Isn't this something that everybody should just know? And she said, no, I didn't know it. And it's kind of amazing that you did. Many experiences all throughout growing up. And when I was 16, I had my first precognitive vision. It was my first waking vision. And I was standing in the parking lot with my boyfriend and his buddies. And as his buddies were talking, I was standing there and happened to look over my shoulder to my left, and I saw a man on a motorcycle going way too fast down the road, turn into the parking lot. And as he turned into the parking lot, he failed to negotiate that turn. And his motorcycle slipped out from underneath him, and he went rolling across the parking lot. So my immediate action was to grab my boyfriend and say, Mike, oh my God, we gotta go help this guy. And he stopped and he looked, and there was nobody there. And Mike said, I don't know what you're talking about, but come on. And I was like, no, I saw it, I swear I saw it. And just as we looked back again and I started to detail what I saw, a man on a motorcycle came riding down the road, going way too fast, making the turn into the parking lot, failed to negotiate the turn. His bike slipped out from underneath him, and he went rolling across the parking lot. My first thought was, oh my God, I knew that was going to happen. And then my next thought was, I hope he's okay. And so my boyfriend turned to me and he said, as we were running over to the guy, how did you do that? That was just amazing. And I said, I didn't know. I don't know how I did that. But it had such a profound effect on my life that it scared the Jesus out of me. I knew I was intuitive, but I had never experienced that in my life. And at that point in time, even though my mother had known all the things I had done throughout my life, things I knew that I shouldn't have known, she didn't believe that I had that vision. And she told me that I was just being silly, that I was imagining things. And so I did what I could do to protect myself by numbing my gifts. I started drinking, did a little bit of drugs when I was in high school, and then my intuitive awareness came through and said, that's not the way. It's not the way, Teresa. And so I stopped immediately. So I was still connected with my gifts, even though I had patted them down. I had numbed myself out. I proceeded to go into the Navy and was working. I graduated at the top of my class, was working on a civilian oiler, cruising the Mediterranean, doing what I went into the Navy to do, which was travel the world, because we didn't have a lot of money when I was younger. And I ended up being raped by my doctor in the Navy. And the thing is that I knew when I went to that first appointment that the doctor had switched records so that he could be my physician. And I knew in my belly that that wasn't right and that I shouldn't see him. But I didn't trust intuition. And I went on with the relationship and obviously experienced rape as a cause of that. Got out of the Navy and started studying finance in college and became a financial advisor. My father had passed away when I was 9 years old. I was raised by a single mom, and I thought, my God, I don't want anybody to have to go through what my family went through, especially when my father was alive. He was on his way to becoming a millionaire. We had golf club memberships at the country club. We were living a wonderful life. And when he passed away, we went to almost being on food stamps. So I did not want to let anyone go through that. So I became a financial advisor with Merrill Lynch, where I worked very many years, went on to working in private banking and investment at Merrill Lynch, and continued to kind of have awareness of my gifts, but not fully use them. At the time when I was working at Merrill, I met my husband, and we ended up having a young son. And it was a very difficult marriage. My mother basically chosen him, had said, you're going to marry this guy. This guy is going to take care of you, and I'm not going to have to worry about you. And because I wasn't feeling fully confident in my gifts, I allowed myself to turn over my power and give that decision and authority to my mother. And so I married him. He was a Stanford grad. He had done his undergrad and graduate work at Stanford. Obviously, he was working at Merrill Lynch as well, so I knew I was going to be financially set. Later, I ended up finding out that he was the only son of a very wealthy family from Australia. And so in addition to that, I would never have to worry about money the rest of my life. Now, as I was working in private banking investments, I was working extremely long hours. I was commuting over an hour into San Francisco, working long days and trying to navigate being the traditional wife that my husband wanted, while also being a career woman and raising a young son. All of that together, not trusting my body, not trusting my gifts, led me to develop a rare and serious form of migraine where I get stroke-like symptoms, and it ended my career. When I was being taken to the hospital after my first episode, and I spent 5 days in the hospital at a specific stroke hospital because they thought maybe I'd had a stroke. And after the 5 days, the doctor declared, we've determined you didn't have a stroke. What you have are these hemiplegic migraines, and you're never going to work again. And my first thought was, where's my husband? Was my husband called? I asked the nurse, she said no. I said, has he been in to see me? Maybe I missed him. She said no. I said, did he at least bring my son by? My son see me? She said no. And I realized then that I was going to have to divorce him as well. So I was in this precarious position, being in my late 30s, knowing I had to divorce a man who clearly didn't care about me, who would financially take care of me the rest of my life. But if I stayed, I would not have been able to experience the love and the purpose that I felt in my heart. And so after a year of being at home and recovering slightly, I decided, you know what, all I need is a career change. And so I studied psychology in graduate school and went on to get advanced certifications in neuroscience and relational trauma. And during that time, I realized that my difficult marriage that I was experiencing, that I was actually married to a narcissist, and things were never going to change. During the process of me healing, I started getting more awareness and in touch with my intuitive gifts. And the breakthroughs I started having were profound. All of the things I had when I was younger started coming back to me. I started trusting myself. I started making better decisions. I started to know where I was supposed to go when and how to go about my life. It completely transformed my life. You see me now, working, giving talks. I've given over 50 talks. I did my first TEDx talk in May, where it has become one of the top 2% of all TEDx talks. I've also written 2 books, and I'm on my 3rd. And so I have been incredibly successful in my life. How did I do that? I did it by learning to unblock and uplevel my intuitive gifts, which is why you all are here today, is to learn how you can do that too. And so I'm going to give you the secret of what is blocking all of your intuitive gifts. It's called invisible stress. We all know that we have a stress from time to time. It's part of life. But what we're not aware of are all the invisible ways that stress gets in the way of you accessing your own innate gifts and strengths. So how many of you, when you have known that you were using your intuition, but you might not have been getting the right answer, or you might feel like, oh, I followed my intuition, but it was wrong. How many of you, now knowing that invisible stress was the answer, how many of you can agree with that? Yeah, stress or invisible stress. I got to where I am today, and I've helped over 1,000 women get here too by doing 3 things: being calm, being curious, and being connected. My client Jan was an event member. She did corporate events and sales, and she had been happily married to her husband of over 20 years. They were the epitome of soulmates. He had been married a couple times before. Jan never got married, and they had dated early on in their life, only to reconnect later in life. When I met Jan, she had just lost her husband to cancer, a long battle of cancer. And she was grief-stricken. In addition to her grief that she was experiencing, she also didn't know how to manage money. Her husband had taken care of everything for her. And so her family was doing their best to help her out, but their help was coming across as control and manipulation. They were trying to tell her what she needed to do with her life. And she was done giving over her power and authority, because look where it had put her when her husband passed away. Within a short amount of time, I worked with her for about 3 months rather, she was able to reduce her stress and get clear on what she really wanted to do in her life. And she started by traveling the world and exploring what her purpose was. And now she owns her own home in a small town, and she is a school teacher, and she is loving everything that she's doing. She learned the importance of being calm by training your brain how to experience mental fitness. When your brain is mentally fit, it has the ability to self-regulate. So many of us, when we experience stress, our hormones go mad. We either get this rush of hormones, norepinephrine, cortisol, dopamine in our brains, or we don't get enough of those hormones. And we get stuck in inaction and procrastination, feeling like we just can't make any steps happen. Jan has, like I said, worked on herself and explored her own intuitive gifts, which have guided her all over the world and helped her to settle where she is now, where she is safe, happy, and fulfilled in her life. The second is be curious. My client, Kate, was a marketing manager, a marketing executive director, and she was struggling with invisible health issues. No matter what doctor she saw, they could not figure out what was going on. She wasn't sleeping at night. She was having night terrors. She had just gotten married, and she and her husband were desperate to start a family. She couldn't get pregnant. After seeing so many doctors, she finally got referred to me. And within 2 sessions, her insomnia went away, as well as her night terrors. Within 6 sessions, she had completely resolved any of her health challenges. And when she was sitting in my office, I told her, are you guys working on getting pregnant? She said, yeah, we're trying hard. And I said, I think you're pregnant. I think you're going to have a little girl. And she said, okay, and, accepted it and went about her way. I got a phone call 2 hours later. She had stopped by the store, picked up a pregnancy test, and by the time she got home, took it, she was pregnant. And within 9 months, she had a little girl. And she has gone on now to have a son as well. Her family is complete. She left her marketing job because it too was stressing her out. And now she's actually doing intuitive work and healing work and exploring that journey. My last client is named Mickey, and she was a music industry executive. Talk about high pressure, high stress, demanding work. And she came to me because she too was struggling with health issues that she couldn't figure out. She was having all kinds of bladder issues and just nonstop. No medications could help. And when we worked together and we helped her to get more connected to her body, she started realizing what she was doing was actually causing her health challenges. And so as we worked together for her to get connected, she not only connected with her body, but she also connected with her intuitive gifts. And this is what makes it so powerful for all of you, because we all have intuitive gifts. But when we are able to identify by being calm, curious, and connected, we're able to figure out where we can make changes in our lives so that we can access our intuitive gifts with clarity and confidence. Because here's the thing. We all have intuitive gifts, but when we have any limiting beliefs, any invisible stress, things like decision fatigue, mental load, any past patterns or behaviors, it actually creates what I call a prism of fear in our body. And when that intuitive guidance comes up through that prism of fear, it gets shot off and we don't get accurate information. That's when we start getting those little half-truths where we think, oh, I feel really strongly about doing this, and we go and do it, and it doesn't work out the way we anticipated. When you remove that prism of fear, you start getting access to that clear guidance of your intuitive gifts, and then your life starts becoming magic. I hope and wish that each of you were able to get clarity on your intuitive gifts so that you can start living your life with confidence and grace. Because now, more than ever, we need you to tap into your intuitive gifts. We need you to stop giving your power away to others and start claiming it for yourself. Because when you start taking charge of this power for yourself, you start making decisions that are not only in your best interest, but the best interest for those around you. Because we all have a mission when we come to this earth. We have agreements with other people that I will help you and you will help someone else and someone else will help me in turn. And when we do not trust our intuitive guidance, we don't show up where we're meant to show up, to be able to be of service to other people, to be able to do work that fulfills us, to be able to live our lives in a calm, confident, relaxed way that provides happiness. Far too many of us are living our lives in stress, and there are health challenges that accompany that. Let this be your lesson not to allow stress to take over your life. Let this be your lesson to get calm, to be curious in your life, and to connect deeply with not only yourselves and your bodies, but also with your spirit and your soul. Because when we do this, you will unlock and up-level your intuitive gifts, and your life will be forever transformed in the best possible way. I am Teresa Lodato, and I thank you all for being here today. Does anyone have any questions? It's quite all right. Yes?
What would you recommend to help?
I'm sorry?
What would be some tips to relieve stress?
Okay, the question was, what are some tips that you can do to relieve stress? So I've got a 24-month course, or 24-week course rather, 6 months, that helps people go through how to practice and bring down your stress level while also accessing your intuitive gifts. 3 of the ways that I teach people in the beginning is the breathing technique, which most people know. So deep breath in, longer breath out, that engages the parasympathetic nervous system. Another thing you can do is take your thumb and your forefinger. Why doesn't everybody do this? Take your thumb and your forefinger. Go ahead and close your eyes if you feel comfortable, or just look down at the ground softly. And move your thumb around the pad on your finger. So much so that you can feel every line of your fingerprint. Follow those lines around and around like a labyrinth. Slowly following each line. Now try rubbing your finger across the lines. They'll feel almost like speed bumps. And then go back to around and around. Doing this for 2 minutes throughout the day has proven to lower stress by 95%, to increase emotional intelligence by 93%, and to increase your level of happiness. Getting calm doing this technique while also doing other techniques that I teach in my 8-week portion helps you to get calm so that you can have your brain in that balanced state so that your stress response is not activated. Because here's the thing, when we're calm, our brain has access to higher levels of executive functioning. Things like rational thinking and healthy emotional regulation. When you are able to have a calm, neutral perspective on things in life, no matter what life throws your way, you're able to remain calm. And when you're calm, you're able to access your intuition. So instead of being freaked out, worrying, feeling guilty, shamed, hurt, angry, resentful, jealous, whatever the emotion is, you instead know exactly what to do. You know exactly what to say. You know exactly what questions to ask someone so that you can get the answers that you need, or to be able to create a deeper connection so that you don't experience the stress. I've taught this to many of my clients who came to me when they were co-parenting with narcissists. And that's one of the most useful skills, is being able to see behind the masks that other people wear. Because when you see behind their masks, you can meet them where they are. And you also don't get lied to. You see the truth of the situation. And that, especially in this day and age, is so vital for each of us to be able to do. There was another question. Do you have a question?
Can you predict the future? Can you predict the future?
Can I personally predict the future, or can anyone predict the future? I can predict the future for my things, and I have predicted the future for other people. But here's the thing about predicting the future. We all have free will. And when I'm giving someone a reading and I see something with certainty, with clarity, I know that it's going to happen. However, there will be times when it comes up with maybe 2 or 3 different options. And so then that's the information that I pass along to my client. However, since we all have free will, we have to understand that the farther out something is, the more possibilities there's going to be. And so it really is a narrowing of time, as well as asking the right questions to be able to get to that answer. So there are people out there who will make bold declarations about who's going to be elected, or who's going to win this event, or who's going to win this game, like in the Super Bowl. The problem why no one has ever been able to do that with complete accuracy is because there's so many people involved. Think about all the, like in the Super Bowl, all the football players, what's going on in their lives, all the possibilities that they're facing, what's going on in the team, in the what's going on with their health. There's so many different variables. So although you can predict the future to a certain extent, it is limited and you really want to be mindful of what you're seeing and what the options are because there is a lot of variety. Any other questions? Yes.
If you know that your partner is, or we call self-centered, and you see it and you know it, and you try to encourage them to not be that way, or find a place.
Fire alarm. Thank you all for coming.
Oh, there's a fire?
That's the universe saying talk soon.
of our SoulSearch Santa Clara Enlightenment Expo weekend. Thank you guys for being with us the whole weekend on the live stream and here in person. It's been amazing. I hope you guys all had a great experience. How many of you guys had a great experience here? Nice, awesome, yay. Well, so stay connected with us and definitely come back. We're going to be in Dublin coming up in December, and we do these every month all over the Bay Area. So you can stay connected with us through our platform, soulsearch.io. If you're on our email list, you'll get emails from us about all of our upcoming events. And of course, you can tune in and watch our shows on soulsearch.tv and just continue to be a part of our SoulSearch family. So I'm really excited to introduce our final speaker for the weekend, Marnell Marsigan, and she is a certified money coach. And she has her MBA in global management from St. Mary's College, and she's worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the fields of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. Previously, she was the director of the Berkeley Psychic Institute, and she has taught classes on clairvoyance and energy healing and has done thousands of psychic readings. But now she is committed to really supporting people and stepping into their abundance and their financial management, prosperity, and economic growth. So we're really blessed to have Marnell here with us today to support us all in aligning with abundance. 3 keys to feel confident, responsible, and in control of your finances. Welcome, Marnell.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So how many of you are ready to become money magnets? Raise your hand. Yes. All right. You're in the right room. Beautiful. So you're probably one, and thank you for that beautiful introduction, Tangela. You know,
How strong is the magnet?
it's very strong. Yes. And we're going to strengthen it today, right? So I stand here before you having an amazing life. I'm a money coach, and I coach my clients have a healthy relationship with money, and I do the work with them, and it's so fulfilling. I have clients who tell me the difference that the work had been for them. Like money comes in easily. And I have a wonderful partner, Anatoly, here with me, who supports me 200%, and last summer he took me on a cruise to the Mediterranean. So I'm living the life. I wake up when I'm done sleeping. I don't have to go into the, oh my God, alarm clock because I have to go somewhere. No, I have a thriving business supporting people. People like you become money magnets. I have an amazing son who's a firefighter, who's been fighting wildfires all over in California, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, and I'm so proud of him. So these are the things that I'm so grateful for in my life now. But it wasn't always like that. And some of you are probably wondering, so how did she become a money coach, right? There was a time in my life when I found myself divorced, single mom, living on food stamps, and at one point struggling with depression and anxiety. There was a time when getting out of bed was such a struggle. And there was a time when I found myself not having any money for rent. And in that moment, that was like the worst I felt. Right? And I said, well, what is the point? What's the point of being alive if I can't even take care of myself or take care of my son? The anxiety and depression was through the roof. I really felt like I shouldn't be here. The world is probably better off. since I cannot take care of myself. So there I was, tears in my pillow, crying through the night, and feeling so overwhelmed and scared. And then there was this voice that I heard, and it said, your life is way more worth than the money you don't have. And in that moment, I realized, okay, my worth is not my bank account. And I have so much more to offer. And I started to remember the beauty about myself. So what I did was I asked for help. How many of you are so good at doing things on your own you don't like asking for help? Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I allowed myself to be vulnerable and ask for help. I went to therapy. I ended up hiring a money coach myself because I wanted to understand how to be financially free. And I also dealt with the underlying trauma. Why I was having anxiety, why I was having depression. And work through all of that trauma healing day by day, week by week, month by month, until I found my strength again. And I remembered, oh yes, I am a vibrant, amazing person. And in my work, in my own personal work, and after receiving a lot of coaching myself, I made a promise to myself that I want to be there for others and support them become money magnets. I have made it to the place where I am a money magnet. I have clients coming in. I have an abundant, joyful life. And I want to show you how to have it too. How many of you ready to have that? Yes, awesome. So today we are our workshop is called Align with Abundance, 3 Keys to Feel Confident, Responsible, and in Control of Your Finances. So, and these are things that I have learned along the way in my own journey towards becoming a money magnet. So I want you to start with, so in your workbook, I want you to spell the word reaction in this section here. Spell the word reaction. Reaction, right here. Reaction. Oh, you don't have. Does everybody have a workbook, or does anybody need one? So, now that you've spelled it, what is the middle letter of this word? The middle letter. C. Okay. What does C stand for? I want to. C stands for consciousness. Consciousness. Now, what happens if you move consciousness to the beginning of the word? What do you get? Spell it again and put C at the beginning. Creation. Yes. So when we stay, so key number 1 is stay conscious of your money. Because when you are stay conscious of it, you have a lot more choices and you can create. So that's key number 1. Stay conscious, and you can write it on here. It says key number 1, stay conscious of your money. Because when I stay, okay, move. When I stay conscious about money and resources, I stay conscious and aware, I get to create and have more choices. So think of it as, okay, if this is a precious thing to us, we want to know where it is. Like a child or your dog. You want to make sure it's taken care of. That's key number one. Stay conscious and aware. This is when you're conscious and aware, you get to create, right? Instead of going into that reactive mode, go into a creation mode. That's key number one. All right. I want you to turn to your partner next to you. So whoever is on your next to you is going to be your partner. You can introduce yourself to your partner. All right, you have your partners? All right, and if there's groups of three, who doesn't have a partner? Who doesn't have a partner?
Marnell, you want to get them both?
Huh?
Don't need them. They got them.
Does any, who doesn't have a partner? Maybe, sweetheart, can you be a partner? Okay. All right, so pick who's going to be A, who's going to be B. A or B? A or B, all right. We'll start. A, you are the awesome people. And B, you're the beautiful people. Okay, so awesome. So what I want you to think of right now is think about the earliest memory you have around money. Just think of it. The earliest memory you have around money. I'll give you an example. One memory I have about money is my grandmother taking me to the ice cream shop, and then telling me that I shouldn't tell my siblings that she took me because they will get jealous. And then my grandmother said that as soon as we get home, my first words were, "Guess where we went?" But it was interesting because that space for me of like, ooh, I can have something and I want to share, but then I'm not supposed to say something. I'm not supposed to, when, there's shame around receiving money, right? And that it can create a discord between me and my siblings. So what do you think it did to me, right? About having money, where it says like, oh, it's not good to have money. So I want you to think about, okay, what was your memory around money? And I want to share it. And I want awesome people to share with the beautiful people first. I'll give you a minute. It could be negative or positive experience, just what you remember. All right. I want beautiful people to now share with the awesome people your memory around money. So go ahead and switch. All right. I want to hear, anybody want to share in the room what was their memory around money? Would like to share. Yes.
So you reminded me something about when I was really young.
Mm-hmm.
I had a very old sister, youngest of 15 years apart.
Mm-hmm.
So my old sister, I don't remember what she told me that was supposed to be a secret.
Mm-hmm.
And she gave me 5 things for do not tell. Now that took money, but it doesn't sound right to me. It's smart and I didn't know that.
Right.
Who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I did tell her.
Mm.
And I think I told my mom, and I think they all got into trouble for it. But that was not good for me to keep. Like, I would rather give it 5 cents back
Right.
than
Yeah.
have to lie to keep it.
Right. Yeah.
And today I know my sister is filthy rich, but that's how she made all the money too. And here I am, and it was true. Still, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
that integrity is still.
Right, right. It's fascinating how certain things, we don't even realize it, right? Those certain things in the past around money kind of have a has an undercurrent to how it is now in our lives. And that's why key number 1 is to stay conscious, because it's if we understand these things around money, right, and how we are, then that's when we can shift things. Yeah. Anybody else? Yes.
I realized that one of the earliest memories I had was being like at a store with my parents and asking for things like, say my friends at school had something and I would ask for it and my parents said no because we couldn't afford it.
Mm.
As a kid, I internalized that as the worthiness.
Yes.
Like everybody else can have it.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to switch that. I'm going to change that. Now you can have what you want, what your desires are. Right? Yes.
My dad used to say that.
Mm. Yeah, and that you have to work hard, right? It's like, oh, all this efforting to have money, right? And it doesn't have to be that way. Yes.
I grew up with pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yet I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I you can't afford this. It was just so skewed. So skewed, but
Yeah.
we live in this beautiful home. It's just nothing.
Yeah.
Because I was always trying to be like, well, why don't we just live more humble like
Right.
it makes sense to me. So it's very
Yeah, it's very confusing. Yeah, and then we end up having that energy in how we deal with money. Right? So our personal history creates certain things and like patterns around money. So what I'm going to do next is this patterns, right? What key number 2 to becoming a money magnet is you need to understand and identify what your limiting beliefs and patterns are. Because if you cannot identify it, you cannot change it. So like for this lady here, where you said, I can't have it, right? That's a limiting belief that I can't have it. And so we want to say, it's like, okay, this is not working for me anymore. It needs to shift. So how do we do that? I actually, I have a QR code. Key number 2, identify your limiting beliefs and patterns. And take out your phones. I encourage you to take out your phones. There is a QR code here. And use this QR code to take the money quiz, because this money quiz will actually tell you more about what your limiting beliefs and patterns are. And we're going to talk about it. So go ahead and take the quiz. The QR code is right here. And when you go in here, you will, when you get to the quiz, it will show you words. So the words, just click on the words that you feel you resonate with when it comes to money. So for example, do I feel anxious around money? Am I highly emotional around money? Do I feel powerful around money? So go ahead and click the words that resonate with you when it comes to money. Okay. Yes, yeah. Click on the words that you resonate with when it comes to money. Do I feel powerful around money? Am I disciplined about money? Do I feel anxious? Am I fearful? You know, like some of the words that are here. Seeks rescue this is the one where, can somebody else do this for me? That's a seeks rescue.
Oh, oh, yeah.
Sounds like a good.
Is it okay? Yeah, cut your phone, take that word of that cue.
Okay.
And then just put your, when you're done, enter your information so the results can be emailed to you.
Oh. It says congratulations.
Yes, yes, and you'll have, yes, that's the results. And we'll talk about your results later. So, yes.
What happens to our information?
Oh, no, I do not sell any of your information, so, yeah, it's just to get the email to you, and if you want to receive. Yeah. Yeah, I hate spam myself, so I don't.
No more battery.
I know, he said something that has low batteries. Which?
No more battery.
Oh, your phone.
Oh, okay. We need a charger. We need to charge it.
Wait.
And is there a charger?
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. I phone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
All right. How many are still waiting to finish?
Cavaliers, King Charles.
Okay. Cavalier.
Did people get their results already? Yeah. Yeah? All right. So I'm going to share with you about these results. Our limiting patterns and beliefs are based on 2 basic money wounds and 3 compensations. So the first money wound is the innocent. So go ahead here on your workbook. It says wound number 1 is the innocent. The main thing about the innocent is no one was there to guide me. So this is the part where no one sat down with you and said, this is how the world of money works. No one said, go save your money or work or, save your money, but then tell you how to invest your money, right? And just not having a lot of guidance, right? That's the innocent. And the innocent feels very anxious because it doesn't know. Usually it's a young part of us. And this one, the innocent, goes, can somebody else take care of this for me? I don't want to do this. Why? Because it doesn't have the capacity to do it because no one guided it. Okay? So are we going to blame the innocent? No, we're not going to blame the innocent just because, right? So this one is about finding the right guidance for you. So when I first took this quiz, I scored in the innocent. Yeah. How many of you scored in the innocent? Yes. Yeah. And it's not uncommon.
So what does it mean?
The innocent This is the one where we didn't receive a lot of guidance around money. No. Then you probably received guidance growing up. Maybe you received guidance. Or, but you learned, if you didn't receive it, you learned how to figure it out. Yeah. The next one, the next wound is the victim. The victim is the one that didn't have protection. So either you experienced a great loss, a betrayal, or abuse around money. It could have happened to you or someone in your lineage. So you grew up with that energy of being victim. That if I have money, people will take it from me. Right? That energy of victim. And yeah, this one is prone to blaming others. Like it doesn't want to take charge. The victim it goes into this very little space. So we want to be able to empower and protect this part of us. Now, you have 3 compensations for this wound. The first compensation is the martyr. How many of you scored in the martyr? I scored on this one. The martyr is the one that says, I know how hard it is to be a victim or a fool, so I will be there, the victim or innocent, so I will be there for others, no matter the cost to me. So the energy of the martyr is always going out, but nothing's coming back in. And so there's an imbalance there. So we want to change that. So if you scored in the martyr space, you need to learn to have healthy boundaries when it comes to money. These are the rescuers. A lot of mothers are martyrs. And you learn how to be. And these are things, these compensations are it was modeled to us. And this is a learned behavior. So we can unlearn it. Next compensation is the tyrant. This is the opposite end of someone not having the protection, not having the guidance. So now it wants to be in control. So the tyrant is always saying, I need to be in control of everything at all times. The tyrant is the one that tries to control things through money. Give money to shut them. This is also very easy to be angry. And if you didn't score on the tyrant, you probably know people who are tyrants around money. Right? And if they're close to you, you will have that energy of like being judgmental or being critical. So this is a space for having compassion. Next compensation is the fool. Have you scored in the fool? I scored high on the fool. Because it was too overwhelming. The fear and the worry gets overwhelming, so it just goes on the opposite end. This one is out of control. The tyrant is control everything, right? The fool is always going for the next shiny object.
Buy the handbag. Buy it in 3 colors.
Yes. And this one will always come up with the best reason why you gotta have it, and you gotta have it now. Not tomorrow, not next month, now. Because it's very much in the now. The fool is actually super fun because it's very much in the moment, right? And we want to be able to use the fool in enjoying life, but not when it comes to money. So there's your limiting patterns and beliefs. Now, how do we deal with this? How do we work with our limiting patterns and beliefs? What you need to do next is you need to connect to your wealth superpowers. Because if your wealth superpowers is the one that will keep you moving forward. This limiting patterns and beliefs is the one that holds you back. And the wealth superpowers, I'm going to show you what they are. Your warrior. So key number 3, right here, connect to your wealth superpowers. Your warrior, your magician, and your creator.
Superpower?
Yes. So I want you to think of your warrior. The warrior is the energy of, I will do this. This is your divine masculine energy. It's powerful, it's driven, it's disciplined. How many scored in the warrior? Yes. So this is, and you know, even if you didn't score or you scored low in the warrior, don't worry. It's here. And that's, you know, it's, you always have a warrior in you. This is the one that wakes up in the morning and will go to work. Right? So this is the protector. So you want to use your warrior energy to protect your innocent and your victim. Use that energy. So I want you, I invite you right now to stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up. And I want you to think of a time when you accomplished something big for yourself. So one example for myself is this. When I graduated from St. Mary's College and I walked across the stage. When I walked across the stage, I did this. Yes! You know, because it took hard work to do that, right? And so, what is a power stance for you?
Oh, warrior.
Yeah, don't warrior. Yes. So I want you to think of the time where you accomplished something big for yourself. You have it now? Yeah. All right. Now I want you to feel it in your body. What does it feel like to stand in your warrior energy? This is your warrior. This is the one that accomplished something. How does it feel in your body? You might feel more grounded. You might even stand up more straight. Maybe your shoulders are dropping. Now I want you to start walking around the room and show your warrior energy to each other. If you have a warrior pose or stand, go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just walk around and show your warrior. What is your warrior? Let's see your warrior.
I'm like, maybe
You must have gotten an email. Yeah. I'll check it. I even checked my spam. Okay. Let's connect again.
okay, but there's no way for me to see the results now, so I can see what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. So let's see how does warrior stand. I will go ahead and show your warrior pose to one another. How does it feel to feel your warrior?
Grounded.
Grounded. Balance. Grounded. Empowered.
Rooted in myself.
Rooted in myself. All right. So this energy is your warrior. And I want you to use this energy around money. Not the, oh, I can't have anything. Oh, there's a lot of shame. No, this is the energy you want to use.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. I'll get. So I want you to tune in. What is your money warrior goal for 2025?
Double my income again.
Double my income. All right. What is a warrior goal? Go ahead and just say it. 6-figure income, a better paying job. Think about it.
Debt free.
Freedom.
Debt free.
Freedom.
Freedom. Yes. Freedom.
Freedom.
Debt free. I can travel whenever. Travel. Yes. All right. Amazing warriors in the house. Thank you. So I invite you to sit down. So this warrior energy is what will move you forward. So use this energy instead of the limiting patterns and beliefs. Now the next energy is the magician. The magician is the divine feminine energy. This is a receptive energy. So the warrior is the divine masculine. Now it's coming into the divine feminine. This is your most kind, loving, compassionate part of yourself. Optimistic, generous, and trusts yourself. So right now, I want you to tune in to your divine feminine energy, or your wise, your kind, compassionate self. And feel that in your heart right now. And if you look at your results again, which did you score highest? Like maybe it was the fool, or maybe it was the innocent, right? Wherever you scored the highest, I want you to tune into your magician self. And what would be the kindest, loving, and most compassionate thing you can say to this part of yourself? What is the most loving and compassionate thing you can say to your wounded parts? If you feel into energy of your compassion, it's all going to be okay. For you are worthy. You are still loved. What else? I am enough. Yes.
I am smart and can learn more about myself.
Yes, I am smart and can learn more about myself and my money. Yes. What else?
Let's take one step at a time.
One step at a time. Wow, look at all these magicians in the house giving very wise words into the space.
You're a winner.
You're a winner. Yes, we are winners in life. Anybody else? Not here. What's a magician word?
Generous.
Generous.
Even though that we timing happen.
Yes, stay generous. Yes. The magician, yes, beautiful. And people who actually come into SoulSearch will score a magician because this is the spiritual part of us. Yeah. So This is the space where you come in and use your kindness towards yourself, because that's what will move us forward. And you want to infuse the energy of money with power, kindness, and compassion. Next, ready for the next superpower?
Yes.
The next superpower is your creator artist. The creator artist are the seekers of truth. It's highly artistic and creative, and it's also, this is not just about being a musician, right? Being a musician or being an artist, but this is about connecting to source energy. Like, I love watching Michael Jackson perform, because when he performed, it's like, wow, you really could feel like, is that even real, right? Because he's just channeling source energy. And look at that channeling of that source energy, how much money came into his life. And that's the same way for all of us. Tune into our own creative spark. Because when you tune into that spark of creation that is alive in you, you can bring in more abundance into your life. You want to think of this, money is like tofu. Tofu doesn't really taste anything, right? But tofu will taste good according to what you put in it. So put the energy of the creator artist, the magician, and the warrior into your money. And let go of the victim and the pain. And also, I want you to think about, if your creator energy is a gem, what kind of gem would it be? Just think about it. Your creator energy, your connection to source. Garnet, diamond, yes. Emerald.
Golden.
Golden. Yes, how about you?
I like rubies.
Rubies, beautiful. So quartz, pink quartz. So I want you to think of this energy as, these gemstones have energetic vibrations, right? So whatever gemstone came to you, connect to the energetic vibration of that, because it's a way to create, to connect to your creative force. That showed up for you right now because that's your creative force. So use it. And I want to check in with you. Any questions or about what I've talked about? Or what's your biggest takeaway from our time together? What did you learn? I have a lot of limiting beliefs. Okay, yeah, and we can shift that. And that's actually the work that I do with my clients, is to help shift those limiting beliefs. And it's good to be able to identify it, because when you can identify it, then you can make the change. We bring the consciousness, then we can create something different. Yeah. Anybody else? Takeaways? Curious? Yes.
I believe I'm on the right path.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So I believe it can be,
Yes, yes. We have to celebrate our wins, because wins will build on itself whenever we celebrate the great things about us. What other things? Any other from our time together? What did you learn? Celebrating, healing our limiting patterns and beliefs. Anybody else? Huh?
Seems like I'm on the right path.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, we'll get there. Well, no clue. So that means you want to use your warrior, your magician, and your creator artist energy to move through your work. And actually, I want to invite Lindsay here in front of the room.
Wow.
All right.
Lindsay. I am so honored and blessed to actually work with Lindsay, and I just want her to share a little bit about the work that we've done together.
So I'm one of Marnell's clients with both of those wounds, both the innocent, and so I've had a very interesting childhood filled with abundance. So I was raised in a family with a trust fund daddy and two stay-at-home parents, and I didn't have, it was similar, I didn't have any want for anything. But then I also was paying for everything in high school, even like my own toiletries. I paid for college. So I just had all this resentment and like inner childhood wounds that were just overflowing into my life in ways I didn't really understand until I did this quiz. So what are we, about halfway through? A little over halfway?
Yeah.
So we're like a little over halfway through. And the way that Marnell approaches these ways to heal these wounds, I thought I could do all this on my own. Oh, I'm a clairvoyant. I'll just go do these topics on my own at home. Cool. No. What Marnell does is so much more profound. What I was healing and actually feeling and bawling like a little baby while she held space for me to process this stuff.
Yes.
It was just, I had no idea how profound it would be to heal this stuff. And not only are these money wounds like affecting finances, because I am a high income earner, I am a high spender and loser of money. So I'll make massive amounts of money and then lose massive amounts of money. I lost $180,000 worth of profits. So in a 3-year period. So it was just profound how much it was spilling out into my life. So to have someone hold space for you, go through these childhood wounds, not only does it affect my finances, it's affecting my relationships and the quality of people that I'm attracting into my life, and a much deeper sense of love for myself and to be receiving from others. So not only has this like affected my finances and avoiding things and being so much of a fool, because hello, hi fool. I get you. I get you. It's just the amount of wonderful things that have been coming into my life after we started healing those first 2 childhood wounds are amazing. Now, I'm still rating kind of high on some of the other ones, so wait till we heal that 3rd one. I'm excited for that. But what Marnell offers is a lot deeper than you would suspect from this presentation. So highly recommend. Life-changing.
Thank you. Thank you. So how many of you would have the same results that Lindsay would like to have, is having right now, right? And that's, the work that I do is I am committed to all of you become money magnets and heal the wounds that you have around money. And as a gift to you, I would like to invite you to have a free, no obligation consultation with me. And it's called the Money Magnet Activation Session. So we will actually, like, you have your quiz results, right? We're gonna do it. I'm gonna hold space for you and talk more about your quiz results and look at your goals that you want to create. And if it makes sense for us to continue working together, then we can look at that possibility. But if it doesn't, then, I just want to offer this gift to all of you. And I encourage you to set up a time. I actually open my calendar. Tomorrow's a holiday, but I open my calendar to see a lot of you. So here's the QR code to my calendar. Go ahead and take a picture of it. Go to my calendar. And the people who schedule, so how many do you guys are in the calendar now? So it's a half-hour consultation. But the people who schedule a session with me in the next 3 minutes will get a full hour session with me. And it's a free session. So go ahead and schedule a time with me. And for you, my dear one, you want to get that pool under control, I can give you tools for that. It's really a limiting patterns. So this is going to be your mini plan on how to get out of this, and we'll look at your quiz results together. So schedule a session with me. The people who schedule a session in the next 3 minutes will get a full hour.
So we got it.
Yay!
Will you be able to see it online?
No, I will see it. I will see it, yeah. Okay. Well, you just made today? Yeah. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, I've opened up my spots for tomorrow since I know it's a holiday. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Right. Oh, because I will see it on my notifications. Oh, the next 3 minutes, so that people who. Oh, just start with the.
Do you have anything?
If you need something, we can talk a little later, and I can look at my calendar. Oh, someone thought that time. All right, so just go back again. Yeah, find another time. Someone must have done it at the same time as you were. I got it. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait. Let's do it again. Oh, I can go on to Oh, okay. I don't want to double. Yeah. Let's look at it again, yeah. Did anybody schedule for 7:30 on Tuesday? Oh. Yeah. So let's make another time. Keep going, my friends. Did you schedule these sessions? Yeah, and you'll get a notification. Well, I look forward to meeting with you all and having extra time together. Okay. So that I can support you come up with a plan for your limiting beliefs and patterns. And yeah, and if it makes sense for us to continue working together, I'd be happy to. And if not, then, you get to keep your plan that we worked on. And yeah,
This through the phone?
Yes, it will be over Zoom.
On Zoom, okay.
Over Zoom, yes. Next Tuesday. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Money magnets in the house. Look forward to connecting with you some more. Have a good evening and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Can I get some?
Yes.